Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? We're gonna grab some of this here firewood. Before we do actually all of this, let's get Criddle out of here. Where Criddle is at. Well, I got 5 minutes of Speed of the Wild. I gotta hurry. Run, Criddle, run! I did not get buffed before I logged out. All right, let's see. I don't know what this guy is. He a Suncaller? Oh boy. Run. Aha, did not get nuked. I ran fast enough. Fast as fast can be, you'll never catch me. Oh shoot, I got another one. Ooh, barely made that. Barely made that. Yeah. Ah, I made it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Hey, what's going on, Nix? Good morning. How are you? Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Uh-oh. My Speed of the Wild is definitely going to run out before we actually zone. That's not good, because I got giants chasing me. I mean, they're pretty far back there somewhere, though, I think. back there somewhere. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. What? That actually is hitting me? This isn't good. I need to keep moving because I've got other giants on me. This is a really long run. This giant can move quickly. I could end up dying here. We'll see what happens. All because I don't have speed of the wild. Oh boy. Oh boy. These giants are fast. Am I gaining on it at all? I don't know that I am. My pet wizard, or my pet, I don't know why I said wizard. My pet skeleton. Just me and my pet skeleton. Just hanging out. That a necro? Yeah, it's my new dwarf necro, dual wielding dwarf necro. They summon giant skeletons since they're a dwarf. Nah, just my speed of the wild ran out, and I'm stuck with slow speed. And I aggroed a skeleton giant. Thing's huge. Yeah, the giants in this game are literal giants. They are crazy big. Oh, great. Now I got a spider on me. There's a strong chance that I'm not going to make it out of here. The zone line's right over here, but I'm not doing so hot. Can't kill it. I mean, I could, but I've got other giants that aggroed me, like back here somewhere. If they catch me, they will definitely kill me. At this point, I may not be able to kill this skeletal giant before it kills me, because I'm already low on health. Need some J boots. Need something. There's alchemy potions. I just haven't worked on alchemy a whole lot. Strafe doesn't work. Not anymore. It used to. What? Oh. We just got to go all the way up here to the top of this now. This is such a big zone. Just the exit ramp on this zone is huge. That'll be close. It's going to be close. Oh, well. If I die, I die. I don't think I will. I think we're going to make it. It's just going to be close. My goodness gracious. Run faster. Nope, that's not good. We're really close. Defensive stance might have helped. Oh, it probably would have. If I didn't do it. I probably should have gone on defensive stance. You're right. Jump? No, jump slows you down right now. You don't want to jump when you're being chased. It literally slows you down. Hey, we made it. I did it. With 300 health left. Woohoo! I am the Wiener. It was a race, and I won. Excuse me. Man. Now, are there any Speed of the Wild casters over here? There's a bunch of bodies over here. Somebody said they could give me sow at the stables. I don't see anybody. There you go. I saved you. We're going to give a 34 silver tip. There you go. Now, the question is, do we swim? Yeah, let's swim. What is this? Oh, bandages. Very nice, very nice. So we can swim out, or we could wait for the boat. Let's go to town and just wait for the boat. There's a couple things I want to do anyway with this cotton padding and with leather and such. The cotton padding. Good morning, Bash. How you doing, bud? Do 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 do. Woke up at 5:30. 9-month-old didn't want to sleep, so I went out to mow the lawn at 5:30 in the morning, cleaned the house, and just put him down for a nap. So trying to get a little bit of playtime in. Nice. Well, you know, you don't want to get a nap time yourself. I know that when my kid was a wee little baby, I used that time sometimes to take a nap myself. Put the kid down, go take a nap, get back up. But sometimes it's nice to put the kid down and then just get all the other stuff done while you can, you know. That's your downtime, your free time to do whatever. Those kiddos, man, they take up a lot of time for sure. For sure. Mr. Pink. Usually that with the 13, 11-year-olds. My third is like, nah. I want a game. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I used to do the same thing. I used to play some games while the kid was napping. You know, like I was able to hold my PlayStation controller and have him like in my hands and just kind of play some games. I used to do that sometimes. Oh, the good old days. It's kind of weird. It's one of those things when they're younger, you're like, man, grow up so you can do some stuff on your own. And then when they get older, you're like, get younger so I can just hold you like a little baby again. Little baby. Leather canvas. For strength. Oh, shoot. Let's just go ahead and go. Wait, is it supposed to be at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 8, and then 12? Yeah. Boat should be here, like, right about now. I may not even make it. Good morning. How are you doing? Hopefully we can make the boat. I may not. It's 3 p.m. game time. At 4 p.m. game time, it's there. And then by like 5 p.m. game time, it leaves. So you only got like a minute. Ah, there it is. I don't know if I'm going to make that. Don't you leave me. Yay, we nailed it. All right, hopefully we can camp out on the boat. And it won't bug out. It's very possible it'll bug out. But we're going to camp out on the boat. And see if I end up where I want to be. What do you do as a fighter when groups are not available? It's my favorite archetype, but I'm afraid by the lack of sustain. Guess I could do trade skills. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a group available, that's going to be a big part of this game, right? So if you don't have a group, what do you do on pretty much any class, really? And yeah, it's tough. It's a tough situation. But on a fighter, there's not a whole lot you can do since fighters don't have ways that they can solo. So they're just not great at that. But yeah, you could do trade skills, run around and try to do those. I know other games do this, but it would be nice to get some, even if it's small, player XP from trade skills. Yeah, I mean, maybe. People have talked about that, but I don't know. It depends on how they do it. What is your swim at? You're moving like a dolphin? Oh, my swim, it's not super high. It's swimming is 48. Yeah, it's not crazy high. Do. Ah, didn't get it in time. Oh, shoot. Wrong way. Wrong way. Ow. That was rude. Can't believe they hit me like that. Sister Elsie almost always spawns here, I feel like. Like, more commonly spawns there than any of the other locations. Server's coming down in 10 minutes. But why for? Oh, whoops. I don't know why I ran so far away. Oh, this isn't going to be good. I'm not going to know where my character's at because he's on the boat, and if the server goes down, who knows where he's going to end up. Uh-oh. Okay, where is the other boat? Come on, little guy. Do 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 do. Nope, this is gonna hurt. Oh, good. They're not close enough. I thought they were closer than that. All right, let's go back over here. We'll see where Criddle is at. It's only been a few minutes. But I don't want him to be on the boat if we can help it. Oh boy. The unlimited load screen. All right, where are we at? They fixed the stability issues. I mean, what stability issues are you referring to? They fixed some things. They broke some things. I mean, they're going back and forth on stuff. But yes, some things are fixed. Where am I? I'm still in Fallen Pass? Oh, boy. I mean, we're coming up to the zone line soon. I don't know if I'm going to make it. There were issues yesterday that caused a delay of the beta lottery. Oh, you talking about that? Yeah, from the inside the towns. I don't know if they fixed those or not. They're coming down with a patch right now. They're coming out with a patch, some sort. Servers are going down. So maybe they're fixing it now. I'm honestly not sure. Yeah, I need to. I'm gonna wait for the boat, I guess, to see if the boat shows up that my other character's on or not. You get into this beta, fingers crossed, toes for the key. Yeah, I hope you all get in. I want everybody to get in. I mean, I understand the devs' decision as well, where they don't want everyone playing and getting burned out on the game before it actually launches. But, you know, I understand the community side of it, too. Like, everybody wants to get in and try the game and play. You can definitely play next weekend in the open beta. That's going to last for about 10 days, I believe. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now is I may play the open beta some and just kind of goof off. We'll see. How you feeling about October 1st? Casually optimistic, doubtful, maybe both? I mean, they could hit October 1st. It could happen. It's very possible. I don't know. I honestly don't know where I'm at with it. They could do it, but they're gonna have to really buckle down. There's a lot of things I think that need to be done prior to October 1st early access. Right now, they're focusing on the class revamp. That alone could take them up till October 1st to get that working the way that they want it to. If they don't start rolling out these classes quickly, like 2 or 3 a week, starting as soon as possible, then there's not going to be a whole lot of test time to test those but when they actually come out. So we'll see. We'll see. That was a terrible time for the servers to go down, though, because I've got Criddle on this boat right over here. Which means that my character is now going to be going back and forth indefinitely for a long time while the servers are down. Who knows how long. Hopefully it's just a quick restart. But even a quick restart is going to kind of mess me up. So we'll see. Let's see what they're doing, actually. what this downtime is for. They a lot of times will announce it. Game announcements. Server restart for patch, 12 minutes to the downtime, 3-minute downtime. Fixes related to pets being de-leveled to 1. Persistent zone crash due to rotting dead mounts fixed. Game development is weird. Rotting dead mounts. And then fix for sinking into elevators. Okay. Well, hopefully those things get fixed. So, you know, like Ali was saying here, you know, game development is weird. You fix one thing, you break 5 others, and it constantly is happening. All right, so this is going to kick us out. Depending on how long this downtime is, Criddle may be out in the middle of nowhere. We're going to have to log him in first and jump off the boat, depending on where we're at. So is the clean slate for the open beta? No, everybody's still going to have their characters from previous open betas, so it's not a fresh start, which is unfortunate, but at the same time, kind of understandable. Man, I was super itchy. Yeah, hopefully when the server goes down, and I don't know how that actually works. This is actually going to be kind of cool to see. In fact, when a server goes down, does it pause its time or its clock, its in-game clock, or is the in-game clock based on real-world clock? Good morning. How are you? My guess is the in-game clock is based on real-world clocks. I think it is. You happy to hear about the changes they're about to make? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of changes coming that look really good. I feel like some of them have been a long time coming. Probably should have been fixed a long time ago, but I mean, I get it. All right. Let's try that again. Server came back up, but it's not fully up yet, so I just want to try to get on this boat as quickly as possible. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, I'm in purgatory. I thought this would happen. Character stuck. We're just gonna say other. You don't agree with the long travel time? Yeah, I could see that. You know, there's good and bad about it. The long travel time is cool and it's nice because it makes the world feel large. but it is very punishing to some players. You know, like me as a fighter, very punishing. I don't mind long travel times, the entire immersion thing. Yeah, I mean, at some point, when is too much immersion too much, right? Like, at what point does it become too immersive? And that's going to be a different point for different players. I like the immersion. I think it's cool. I like having the slower boats, but I also like having something that's a little bit faster to be able to get around. It gives one thing, having the slower boats, reducing the run speed times or run speed on players is going to increase the importance of druids and wizards being able to teleport people around. So that's another factor. I'm wondering if they're going to get rid of some of those teleporters, though. Like, they didn't say in the wizard write-up that they're going to be getting rid of teleporters. They didn't say they're going to leave teleporters. They didn't mention it at all. We play video games to get away from real life, real time. It's a waste of your player's time. I mean, I get that. Yeah, I get that side too. When I feel the same physical pain in my character, I think it's too immersive. Yeah. Do I have a trident? I do. It's called a fell trident. Let's see where I end up here. Bum, 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 bum. Oh boy. There we go. Oh my gosh. This isn't the one that I wanted to be at. It's fine. Yeah, I wanted to be over there. We could swim. Let's swim there. Why not? I don't want to have to wait for the boat and deal with all that, so we're just going to swim. Do. my swimming on this guy? My swimming here I think is higher. 66. I wouldn't mind seeing like the water breathing spell give more runs or more swim speed. Honestly, just hope they have enough time to test the changes they want before EA, not just throw that up early. I understand the situation they're in, though. Yeah, that's my issue right now, like my concern, I guess. Are they going to be able to get all these class updates out and get them tested prior to early access? Because they need to do that. There's some zones that they're working on they want to finish before early access. They need to work on some encounters, some of the in-game raid encounters. They need to adjust the TTK and potentially adjust the group XP and TTK and the AC changes. All of the formulas in the game for spell resist rates, all of that kind of stuff needs to be probably looked at again after they get all the new classes in. They need to look at the economy of the game. It's another big one, I think, that needs to have a big overhaul. They need to look at itemization throughout the entire game. All of these things need to happen, in my opinion, prior to early access. Otherwise, the game's going to be very imbalanced, and you don't want to go into early access super out of balance, because that will upset the long term of the game. And since the servers are not going to be reset after early access starts, it could really upset the long term of the game. So that's where I'm at with it. I know that there's a lot that needs to be done, and we'll just have to see if they can get it done. Itemization is a huge endeavor. It is. It's a very big endeavor. And the person that was working on itemization is now working on the class changes. So that's kind of where the problem is, you know, a lot of times you could say, oh, well, it's this dev is working on this thing, and this dev's working on this thing, and this dev. And you have different devs working on different things. So you could say that can all be done in tandem, you know, all simultaneously. Well, unfortunately, when you have a dev that is working on 2 or 3 of those different things, they can't be done simultaneously. So it makes it very difficult. But do you believe all classes are needed to enter EA? A lot of games have rolled classes. Well, they want to release... I mean, yes. My response to that is yes. At this point, you kind of need to launch with all of the current 18 classes. They could have de-scoped a long time ago and said, hey, this class isn't working out. Let's remove it from the game, or, you know, let's wait on this class and we'll release it at a later date. They could have done that route a while ago, but they chose not to. So because they chose not to, here we are. You know, Sean kind of talked about that in a stream, I don't know, like a month or two ago. It was during beta, but yeah, it was still a while ago. But yeah, he was basically saying that they thought about that. They did consider de-scoping and removing some of the classes, but they decided not to, ultimately. EA model of these MMOs is problematic. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah. I think that, like, it's cool the way that some of these companies are going about things recently. It's cool and it's kind of fun for the community, but ultimately I think it's bad for the games. And that what I'm talking about is the openness, the open development that has kind of become a trend lately, especially within MMOs. That, and then the early access, where, oh, we're going to give early access to a unfinished game. You know? So it's definitely an issue, and I agree with you guys on it. I don't know how they're going to get around that, how they're going to fix that kind of stuff. I don't know what the plan is there, but I do agree that it is rather problematic. Yeah, so as far as like early access is concerned, why I don't like that though, just to kind of elaborate a little bit, is because these days early access is just a way to fund games. It's how can we fund an unfinished product? You know, previously it was things like Kickstarter, you know, GoFundMe type of stuff, and I wasn't really a big fan of those. I'm still not a big fan of those because they can release, or they don't even have to release stuff in those situations. They can just take your money and walk if they want to. And that just kind of feels bad to me. Perhaps they could sell $75,000 sword icon in game. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things they can do. They can sell you spaceships before the game even releases. I don't know of a game that would possibly do that. They never end up coming out of EA. Honestly, these games want to have a massive amount of content to hit 1.0. If they fine-tune a smaller amount of content and tried and true model, I feel like they would be more successful. Yeah, maybe. It definitely does take a while for them to come out of early access. That's kind of my take on all early access games now. Like, it used to be early access was you pre-order the game and you get to play the game like, you know, a few days or a week early or something. And that was very big for things like MMOs or just online games in general. But then it turned into single player games started doing it. Oh, you can play a day early if you pre-order the game and pay an extra $10. And I don't know. I started feeling like, do we really need to pay that? Like, do we really need to have the game early? If you're a content creator, absolutely. And then what's going on is the content creators are saying, yeah, you guys got to go and buy this game. Then it makes people buy the game early and spend the extra, you know, $10 or whatever. And it's just more money for the companies. And I feel like some of that's a little predatory. But worse is what the MMOs are doing, and well, what some of these games are doing is they're saying early access isn't even like a finished product that you get a few days early. It's not early access. It's early testing. And that's kind of the direction that some of these companies went. And that's what I don't like is some of them are just like literally, no, this is a 100% a beta test game and you're paying to play it early before blah, 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 you know? Some of them are even saying like you're going to get a wipe before like when the game actually comes out in 1.0, everybody's still going to get wiped. And it's like, well, that's not early access. At least with Monsters and Memories, when early access starts, that character it's live. They're considering early access to be a live game at that point. Which is my concern is even if it's lacking, like early access should be everything is in the game functioning the way that it's supposed to, but just not all of the content yet in the game. And I am a little bit afraid that the devs of this game may not get all the features in that they want to get, what they call feature complete. In which case it's not going to be good for the longevity of the game, and this is supposed to be one of those games that you play for a long time. So I am a bit concerned about that. Better than Pantheon for sure. Yeah. The Pantheon situation really put a bad taste in my mouth. Same thing with Ashes of Creation. Really put a bad taste in my mouth. You know, those games are they're basically saying, nope, these games are absolutely unfinished, and we're going to be able to reset your character at any time. You know, this beta, Monsters and Memories currently is in a beta. If they reset my character, I'd be annoyed, but I can't really be mad about it. You know, like this is a beta. I'm playing for free, and I'm here to help them develop a better game. So not really a huge deal, but it is kind of frustrating when you put in 1,000 hours into a character, you know, and then you get it reset. That can feel bad. But yeah, with Pantheon, it's like they said they weren't going to reset until 1.0, and I didn't think that was going to be true. That was a lie. You know, I had talked to the devs a few times in that game when I streamed it a bunch, and and they constantly were telling me, oh no, I'm not going to reset. I don't want to reset unless I really have to, and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, unfortunately, with the way that game is being developed, you kind of have to do a reset. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like what some of these companies are doing. I still stand behind Niche Worlds Cult though, and their design is better than most. You know, they're not trying to take money until the game is ready to actually come out in a state that they feel like they should be taking money. Now, we'll see what happens when the game actually launches in early access. Is it ready? Is it money worthy at that point, or is it not? And we'll have to see. That's just going to be one of those situations like you don't know. The game industry has never had good nomenclature for alpha, beta. Yes. You're right. You're right. They don't explain it well at all. EA, every studio uses them different in different ways. As for games coming out now in the future in MMO caliber, they will continue early access because the size and scope of the game can't be fully funded to build these types of projects anymore. If you look at landscape of the last 10 MMO cancellations or failures, it's clear. Yeah, I agree with you, ZBrush. Like, that's the thing. It's like there's a fine line you have to skirt there, you know? You need to have money, you know? Like, I'm surprised that this game is developed as much as it is without having any money. Like, it's basically self-funded. And that's all because people like yourself are willing to do a lot of work for free in hopes that, you know, the game does come out. And I think that's one of the big problems, is that not many people are willing to work for free. You know, they're not willing to be like, well, let's I'm gonna put time into this in hopes that it launches in the future and I can get paid. I want you guys to get paid, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we know where we're going before we start paying, and it's a fine balance. But yeah, as far as the EA is concerned, I feel like Niche Worlds Cult is doing a better job than most by not taking money until they feel like the game is in a state where it's, in their opinion, playable. We'll see what happens at early access, but I respect that. Whereas some of these other companies, though, were just like, nope, we want to take money. But if Niche Worlds Cult decided to start taking money now and be like, hey, we want to finish this game, we're just not going to be able to do it because the team members are having to move on. If ZBrush or any of the other devs decided, I don't have time to work on that for whatever reason, right? Doesn't matter what the reason is. It could be that they just invested enough time, they get bored with it, they found another job, whatever the reason might be, and they're like, I can't volunteer my time anymore. This game could just literally go away. So the sooner they can get paid, the better for this game. But at the same time, if they start taking money, that means that the community has more right. They really don't have a right to complain too much. I mean, I know that I complain a lot, or sounds like I complain a lot. But we don't really have the right to complain a bunch. But yeah. Anyway, you get what I'm saying with it, I think. It's definitely the fastest loading MMO ever. Small detail I appreciate. That is funny. It does load very quickly. What happened to these mobs? Did I pull these separate? Oh, I know what happened. Okay. I know what happened. All right, let's do this. Hey, what's going on, Nova? How you doing, bud? At first, I was like, why are those mobs not spawning? And it's because I pulled them. Whoops, I pulled them differently last time. That's okay. We can handle it. Take my money. Yeah, a lot of people would give him money right now, but I totally appreciate Sean's stance, and I guess by proxy, the stance of the rest of the team is that they don't want to take money until the game is, is ready to play. Well, in what their opinion is ready to play. Now, is their ready to play the same as our ready to play? We'll have to see. Like early access could hit, and we're all like, okay, this is hot garbage, guys. Like, you released it in this state. What's wrong with you? That could potentially happen. Hopefully it doesn't. I don't think it will, because I think the game is ready enough now. The only issue that I have is how much is going to change, after they start taking money. It would be kind of awful to start taking money and then do a full class overhaul, and change the way some of these classes function. That would be awful. When crafting, do you know which level of difficulty is better for chance skill up? Yellow, red? I don't. I have heard. I think people have their assumptions on it. I have heard that yellow is a better way to go for skill ups because of whatever reason. Like, you actually have a chance of making the item. But I don't know. To answer your question, I do not know. I have had skill ups making red stuff. I have had skill ups making light blue and everything in between. I personally feel like it's just RNG. Each World Cult has been open enough for everyone to know what they'll be paying for. I agree with that. Like, yes, I'm with you on that. I personally think that Niche World Cult has done it a lot better than some of these other companies. That's the reason I kind of stand behind them right now, and the reason I continue to play the game, and the reason I, support what they're doing. Because I actually believe that they're doing it the best way they can. Now, are they doing everything perfectly? No, right? Not in my opinion. Of course, all people are fallible. So yeah. Most of the times, complaint is care and desire. Honestly, I never take that as a negative. Yeah, well, for me, I know that my complaints are almost always care, right? They're because I care so much and I want this game to be successful. There are times when I just, I'm complaining just to complain, or whining about something just to whine. I think we all do that to some extent. But yeah, like most of my complaints are just because like I want this game to be successful. I think like my complaints about the game being too solo friendly, the certain classes being out of balance, all that kind of stuff, is because I don't want the game to go into early access with some of these issues, because I think it'll hurt the game, right? I don't know that it'll hurt the game. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope that on some of these situations I am absolutely wrong, because it seems like the devs don't want to budge on certain aspects, and that's okay. That's their prerogative, and I really hope that I am wrong, but I don't think that I'm wrong on some of these, but we'll see. I do wish more devs would do that. Yeah, I wish more devs would do a lot of things like Niche World Cult is. I respect the team for it. I think the stance will benefit them in the future. I think so, yeah. Thought the game was still down from the update. I can't log in. You should be able to, Janky. Yeah, it was up very quickly. It was down and then back up within like 60 seconds or so. Games are so much of one-shot deal that you have to get it right, and people forget that. You do. You have to get it right the first time. Like, you only have one chance at these sometimes. I'm surprised, in all honesty, that Pantheon is still trying. I feel like they gave it their shot, they missed their shot, and they are, for whatever reason, still trying, and people are still giving them money and wanting to see that game succeed. I would love that game to succeed, but I do feel like they gave it their shot and may have missed that opportunity. When preparedness meets opportunity, there you go. You're good. Their opportunity came. They were not prepared. Sorry. Like, I don't know what to say. To be fair, there will always be some balance of class. Well, no, that's different. Okay, so I'm not talking about just the balance, right? And that's a lot of people they take what I say and then they run with it to the moon. Can't do that. When I talk about balance, I'm not talking about just small balance tweaks here and there. I'm talking about the whole overall change of all these classes all at one time. When early access is live and people are paying for the money, or paying money to play the live game, you can't just go in and be like, okay, guys, we're going to redo the entirety of the game combat-wise. Wait a minute, what? Like, that's a bad thing. Like, that's the balance that I'm talking about. Little tweaks here and there, though, are completely separate animal. Completely separate animal. And people, they try to take little tweaks and be like, nope, that's part of the balance over here. And it's not. They're way separate animals. In a live game like an MMO or any live service type game, there's always going to be changes and things added and taken away and all that. That's always going to happen for the future. I'm talking about the major swings in the gameplay. No worries, thanks, man. I was trying to finish my copper armor set, but only red left now. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for sure. I'm just dumb. I didn't go far enough to download the update. Oh no, you're not dumb. You just didn't realize you had to actually log out and get the update. Some updates are server side. Some updates are not server side. In this case, it was a client side update that we needed. It's why I love Expedition 33's story when it comes to current gaming, if you know what I'm talking about. I followed Expedition 33 for a while. I was told about Expedition 33 a year and a half before it came out. And I was like, I'm going to keep an eye on this game. It looks really good. And clearly it was the best game of the year. Like, I applaud them for everything they did. Small studio. Now, it was a small studio that was backed, that had some backing. They had some money, you know, they had a publisher, they had all that kind of stuff, unlike Niche Worlds Cult. But you got to get money somewhere to pay these people, you know? Some of these people, they got to be paid. I don't know what to say. I appreciate what Niche Worlds Cult people are doing and not taking money. I appreciate that, and I think it's amazing, but they got to get paid, man. You can't. I understand people can do stuff for free, but you know, and it's nice. I volunteered at a children's hospital for 8 years, and we go up there and just hang out with the kids, absolutely free. But at some point, you know, it is nice to get that recognition, and it's, you know, you gotta, yeah. Anyway, the 100% major combat overhaul killed it for me with Pantheon. Yeah, like 3 different major combat overhauls, uprooting, great gaps combo. Yeah, now everything opens and closes. Yeah, it's the whole thing. The whole thing of Pantheon, I just put a bad taste in my mouth. So until Pantheon proves otherwise, I am done with Pantheon. I tried to come back for the PTR, and it was exactly what I expected, a broken hot mess. Sorry, Pantheon, but your game is a broken hot mess, and it has been since the start of early access. And it doesn't seem like they're making any changes. You know, they're trying to make changes, and I applaud them for that, but at some point, you might need to start firing people and hiring somebody else. Like, if that's another thing that I take from this game, and I don't know what happened with the situation with Nick departure or whatever, but from my understanding, based on things that have been said after, it seems like certain developers were not communicating well and not doing what they needed to do, and you know, but that's just what it sounds like. Again, you know, like I said before, I don't want to speculate on a lot of stuff with that because I don't know, and it's none of my business what happened. But you gotta, you know, at some point you gotta cut ties. You know what I mean? I feel some of them are being paid on the side, as some of them are heavy hitters. Well before, I don't think anybody's being paid. Are you talking about this game? I don't think there's anybody being paid currently for this game, even on the side. Like, I don't think anybody's being paid at all. In fact, I think that Sean, from my understanding of Monsters and Memories and Niche Worlds Cult, Sean and Ali are fronting the bill. They have spent $142,000 or whatever it is out of their own pockets. I don't know which one of them put up how much money or anything like that, but my understanding is the two of them have fronted the bill for this game. The bill for this game, though, is not paying any employees. The bill for this game is setting up the company. That costs money. Having a lawyer in place, that costs money. You know, like setting up the servers, that costs money. There's a lot of things that cost money, you know, and you gotta pay somebody something to do just those services. That has nothing to do with employees or anything. It's just it costs money to set this stuff up. So that's my understanding of what happened there. But I don't think anybody within the company is actually being paid. Now, one could argue that their lawyer got paid, right? Which is also a part owner in the game. So they're a part owner and developer of the game. In a sense, yeah, they got paid, but they got paid for their lawyer practice. They're going to have to pay a lawyer something anyway to set up things and make sure that everything was going properly. So my guess is that I'm pretty sure the lawyer's Chinny D, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, my guess is they got paid for their lawyer practice, which is their time of their actual job. But they probably got a better rate because, they're like, oh, you want to buy in, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just guessing. On a business perspective, on a business standpoint, that's how I would have gone about it. Be like, hey, we don't have a whole lot of money to pay you to do all these things that we need to do as a lawyer. However, we know that you're a gamer and you might want to get into this industry. Would you also like to be a developer and partner on this game? And then we can work that way. Same thing with like the accounting. They have an accountant for them, like that's doing the accounting for free, but giving them, okay, you're going to be our accountant. Right now you're doing all this accounting stuff for free, but in the future you can own a portion of the company or whatever it is. At some point it becomes apparent who's doing things correctly and who isn't. Yeah. Fingers were faster than brain. Yeah. Druids get an AoE snare or tools to quad kite also. They do, yes. The druid is just not as good as the wizard because they have less damage overall, as far as quad kiting is concerned. Druid's very good for other things. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen though with these class changes because we might. I don't know if like the wizard and druid are going to continue with being able to quad kite. I think that the druid's going to lose out their pet. I believe they all but said that explicitly that they're going to be losing their pet. Charm is going to get changed, at least to the point where it's not going to be a viable soloing tool, I think. So yeah. That's kind of where I'm at though with this game right now is I don't really start a new character at the moment, but I think when they start rolling out some of these new classes and they do the TTK changes, I want to play a character and see how long it's going to take trying to level up in a group and playing the game normally, or what they consider normally, which is supposed to be a group-focused MMO, right? I haven't gotten many classes to 2025 plus. I wanted to take advantage of this early time before October. That's awesome. Yeah. Keep trying them out. I recommend though. I do recommend if you really want to see the game to get to like 40 to 50 plus. Getting to 20 or 25, you can see the base of the game, and that's cool. But it doesn't change much from 20 to 40. After that, the game becomes way more difficult. So if you want to be prepared and and understand what the game's difficulty is going to be prior to level 50, right now get to level 50 or higher and do some of that content. I'm hoping that difficulty level is what we start getting in the lower end as well. That's my hope. Can crafted armor be broken back down into materials? Yes, I believe so. You can use a rivet. So yes, it definitely can. In some way, you have to, like, if you craft up something, you'd have to take it apart using the seam ripper or rivets, but you should be able to do that. Yes. For Monster Memories, no, we're not being paid. Yep, the preliminary costs are being shared by Sean and Ali. Baloo is a minor partner and lawyer. Chinny, okay, Chinny's just a good dude. Okay, so Chinny is not the lawyer. I wasn't 100% sure on that, so thank you for clearing that up, ZBrushed. But Baloo is the lawyer. Okay. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like ZBrush just said, they're not being paid, And should they be paid? Well, I mean, I think anybody working should be paid. We're kind of past the era of slaves here. We don't need slaves anymore. Thank goodness, because that was just a bad time in history. But volunteering is a different thing. They know they're going in and they can quit at any time. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think with all of the quote unquote employees or volunteers of Niche World's Cult, I think all of them have some sort of stake in the company, like some percentage or whatever. And I don't know I don't know exactly how it works. I'm not, not within the company or anything like that. But my guess is they have a stake in it, kind of like a share, like a shareholder would have. You own however many shares. Let's say there's 50 people, whatever, 45 people, whatever that are working for Niche World's Cult. They might all have a variety of shares equaling, some amount. Like maybe they have 10,000 fake shares within the company, and they're like, okay, well, we're going to give you 100 shares in the company to work on it, and whatever happens with this company, that's what your take is going to be, or whatever. Like there's different ways you can do it. So, but that's my understanding. Or you might own 1%, Druid is awesome. Yeah, Druid's a good class. Honestly, don't really want to play until they make changes. Doesn't mean I'm not excited about the game. I just don't want to feel like I'm boned due to class changes. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it, Westmore. Like I want them to get these class changes in sooner rather than later. At first, when they were like, we're going to do a class overhaul and all that kind of stuff, I was nervous for the June release because it was so much EverQuest samesies, and it's like, we don't want a direct copy and paste of EverQuest. Skill-wise, we want to have something that feels like EverQuest and other old school MMOs, but it has its own Monsters and Memories spin on it, which is where they're going with it now, which is a good thing. And that was starting to feel bad, yeah. So like I'm with you though. I want them to get these classes in sooner rather than later, so that we know what each class's role and what they're supposed to be doing and all that. Startups with vision can be paid big if they keep at it, and honestly, for the devs, just keep up the passion and it'll pay off. Yeah, hopefully. Like something that I have noticed is the burnout. As Sean mentioned, and some of the other devs have mentioned, and people in the community have mentioned, since they extended the beta through October, or up to October, a lot of people instantly were just like, I don't want to play now. Some people, though, were like, oh, okay, well, since it's going to be an additional 5 months, I'll go ahead and start a character then. I wasn't planning on playing. I was just going to take a break for the couple months of beta to go into early access and to start again in June. Well, right now we're in this weird phase where I think a lot of people quit, but then a lot of people came in, and I think we're going to, right now, so it's like we're in this weird transition phase where you're not going to see the numbers dip or go up very much. So, where Sean was talking about saying that the numbers are staying consistent across the board as far as peak concurrent and all that. And he was saying the other day, I think yesterday on his stream, that they're still getting 7,500 out of the like maybe 10,000 people that have access to the game. They're still getting like 7,500 of those to log in daily or something, or weekly, or whatever it was that he said, which is great. That's it's a lot of people logging in, but how long is that going to last? Especially with the beta, without new content coming in. I know they want to put new content in, but how long is that new content going to take? So I think a lot of people right now are just kind of in a limbo. Bit of a limbo. All in hopes for the future. We trade our life force and time for work. Hopefully this explodes well for everyone. I hope so too. Like right now, I did the same thing for Pantheon. I kind of went all in on Pantheon. That didn't work out for me. And then now we're moving over and we're going all in on Monsters and Memories. We'll see if that works out, you know. It might, it may not. But I'm basically turning into a full-time Monsters and Memories content creator at this point. And maybe that'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. Maybe. I see hundreds and hundreds of people super hyped. It's going in the right direction. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people that are super hyped about this game. You pay $5 a month during the beta? Yeah, I think a lot of people would. That's why, like, I mean, Sean even mentioned maybe they'll open the merch store and start selling merch. And use that to maybe get some of these people employed that are currently volunteers and are kind of in between jobs or whatever. Because Sean was saying that they've got, 4 or 5, a few people that are really in need of a job right now out of their 45-person team. And he was like 4 or 5 or 6 of them or whatever it was could use a job today. They're kind of strapped for cash. They're volunteering their time on the game while probably, I think the intelligent move would be to continue to look for work outside of Niche Worlds Cult. But at the same time, it's like if you know that you're going to be hopefully working for them and getting paid come October 1st, it's kind of like, do you put all your eggs in one basket? That's kind of where it is right now. I feel for some of these devs. I have been in those situations, man. Like I'm kind of in one now in a sense. It sucks not being able to pay your bills. Big time. Except the guy who crashed out the other day. Except for him for what? I for sure would buy a poster, t-shirt, and game box. Yeah, I've told the devs many times they wanna send me some stuff. I will do an unboxing video and I'll be your salesman. I'll try it on. I'll do a whole like fitting. Here's a t-shirt. Here's a hoodie. Here's me holding a mug, a hat. I'll take all those things and I'll do a little fashion show unboxing video for you guys. Excited to play? I'm not going to speak for Pallid, is who the guy you're talking about. I'm not going to speak for him, but I imagine that Pallid is still probably excited to play this game. It was just like he didn't like the outcome of that particular ruling, which I totally understand. It's kind of what I was talking about yesterday. I've talked about it a lot with their devs and GMs and all that kind of stuff. Like it's a tough job, man. It's a really tough job to be a GM in this game or dealing with people that are irate. If you've ever been in customer service in your life, and I have multiple times, you got to have thick skin. For one, I'm not saying that these devs don't have thick skin, but I think there have been times when the players get under their skin and possibly escalate things, or they feel like it was escalated, or maybe they say something, wrong. I'm one of those people that often speaks before I think, and I've been in that situation many times. I try to not do that as an adult, but sometimes we take actions based on emotion, and that goes on both sides. players and GMs. So we're all human. But yeah, I think I feel bad for that situation as a whole. Shoot, we got way too much stuff here. Let me... Yeah, I feel bad for that situation as a whole. Because I think that Paladin was having fun playing the game. He just got really... I feel like he was probably getting burnt out. And he was getting really frustrated. And yeah. So we got these pants and these pants. So, wow. 3 more int. And stamina. And, like, just all around better. I'm curious what they look like, though. Oh, those are fancy. Fancy pantsy. Alright, so we do have a belt slot here. Let's put that there for right now. Okay, let's... Wait a minute. Let me put these leather scraps in here. Cotton scraps. Okay, I think we're good. Same deal as the devs knowing they have something coming. Yeah, yeah. The gnome body pillow win. If they start making body pillows, I mean... I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about that. That crosses... I don't know if it crosses the line. That skirts the line of being weird. It definitely skirts the line. Whenever you're in a position that determines outcomes over other people, it's always tough. Yeah, absolutely. Found any good wizard staves that can be imbued? Yeah, I don't have it right now because I gave it to a friend of mine. It's a really good one-handed staff. It's got 7 strength, 7 int, and it's one-handed. It's amazingly good. But yeah, it's also a really good just one-handed weapon, so I gave it to a friend of mine. Criddle Gnome body pillow unboxing upcoming. I mean, I like I said, it skirts the line of being weird. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't say that it is weird. Like, I have seen some weird stuff in my life. Sometimes I talk about things and people are like, what? There's no way you've really seen that. Like, yeah, I've seen some weird stuff. But, yeah. If they release a gnome body pillow, I'm bringing it to the VA with me as an emotional support gnome. Nice. Nice. I like it. I would take a bunch of them up to the hospital and give them out as plushies at MUSC Children's Hospital. They did post something recently. They need more things. The thing is about plushies now at hospitals is that you can't just have like one of them and pass it around to all the kids. You have to give it to them. Like anything that's porous like that, that's a cloth or material, they can't use those. They have to just hand them to kids and be like, here you go. That's yours to keep kind of thing. Dome body pillow with Criddle's face on it. Criddle may get some name, image, likeness compensation. I mean, I'd be okay with it, I think. I'd do it. I'd be down. Boo, boo, boo. Oh my goodness gracious. Come on. Take damage. Oh, I wanted to look at this too. I wanted to see what that actually looks like in my hand. Whoops. Oh, there's no graphic for it? Oh, that's a bummer. Man. I was really hoping there'd be a graphic for that. There he is. I was like, why is this mob not spawning? Oh, shoot. Oh no. So peaceful here. So we're probably going to hit 54 here before too long today. That's cool. I think I get a new nuke at 54. The new single target nuke. Flames of Ether. Oh, dang it. Dag nabbit. So I don't know what I'm going to do tonight. I ended up, I was so busy yesterday. I had so much going on. Trying to fix my bike, my bicycle. I had to fix that. I had to cut the grass. I had some errands to run. And then I ended up going out and doing Lyft last night and driving around. Debating if I'm going to do that again today. Because, like I said, like we were just talking about just a minute ago, gotta get paid, you know? Gotta do what we gotta do. So I'm debating. I might do that today. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream for that reason. Wiz seems pretty cool. Wizard's very good. Yeah, Wizard's very, very good. Oh my gosh. Of course it's gonna gate. Because why should mobs not gate when they're 5 feet from their spawn point? That makes sense. Got into beta a week ago. I've been dabbling in lots of things around the starter zones. You haven't got to Wizard yet? Yeah, Wizard's a solid class. Very solid class. For group or for soloing. They're one of the worst classes in the game for grouping, unfortunately. Do. Plans for open beta? I don't know yet. I don't know. I might play some and just kind of goof off with a new class. I might. I don't know. I have not decided. I could also play a different game completely. So I'm kind of torn on it. We'll see. EverQuest Legend is better. You think so? I mean, I think for some people that EverQuest Legends will be the better game. I think for some people Monsters of Memories. I think for some people Pantheon. Some Ashes of Creation, or I don't think Ashes of Creation is good for anybody. Some are drooling online. I think, that's the thing about these games is the way that they play, they're going to be a little different for different classes, different people. Or not different classes, but different people. They're going to prefer the gameplay of one over another. Depends on the mood. Monster Memories for when you want to group. Yeah. For when you want to solo. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that. I really, the reason I want Monsters and Memories and the reason I like it over all of the other games is the main reason is because of the grouping, right? It's more of a social MMO than all of his other games. So EverQuest Legends, sure, could be fun for some people, but it doesn't do the grouping the same. It doesn't have the same approach to it where it's more required to group. Sorry, I was looking at something. Wizards bad for groups. It is right now because it just doesn't have the sustain that other classes do. So it's. I mean, it's not bad in a. If you play a wizard in a group, you're still going to do damage. It's just bad in the fact that other classes are better, right? So that's really all there is to it. At the same time, I doubt anyone in the game would turn down a wizard if looking for a DPS. I mean, yeah, yes, if they're looking for a DPS. That's the biggest problem right now. Most of the groups, especially at higher level, are no longer looking for more players. They've gotten to the point where they're like, it's just better to be in a duo or trio. Solo if you can. Duo or trio if you cannot. It is better for XP. Got any tips for level 7 wizard? I'm having fun so far. Get me first little nuke at 8, I see. I mean, yeah, just have fun. Enjoy it. I would say you can start quad kiting at level 8, and that's going to be your best XP in the game. You start quad kiting, and you're gonna level up quickly. Very, very quickly. 1 second. It's funny how game design, specifically to emphasize group play, devolved into solo meta. It's because it's easier, right? The game is in my opinion, right? Pretty much everything I say is my opinion, but the game is too easy to play for one, and the XP is just better in a solo setting. Now, if they make the game, if they make the game more difficult, then it will probably start pushing people into groups more often, which is one of the directions they're going. So we'll have to see how they do it. I'm guessing they're going to make the game more difficult, and then also at the same time, hopefully, this is just my hope, they reduce the XP that solo classes are getting, or that solo gets in parties. I think they need to do both of those things, but we'll see. It depends on how difficult they make it. If they make it difficult enough, then it won't be necessary, because then you're not going to have people soloing as easily. like running around quad kiting like I'm doing right now. But even if the issue that I'm seeing is, even if I had to quad kite lower level mobs, it's still insanely good XP. Because like these are light blue. These mobs are actually 12 or so levels lower than me, and they're still giving me really decent experience. It's not great. People will look at it and go, wow, it's really actually pretty slow. But when it comes to the overall speed of the game, comparing one class or one group to solo or whatever, it's much faster still. Also throw in different drop rates. I mean, that's another option they could do, sure. People might like that. They may not like that. I don't know. That could go over poorly, potentially. But hey, these devs have done a lot of things that go over poorly. How do you get that little stat window? So if you open up your inventory and you right click here, you want to show mini stats. To pop out stats is going to be this whole thing, but if you do show mini stats, it's this little thing over here. Solars would hate it. Yeah. All right, sorry. How does AC function in the game? AC has a chance to reduce the damage. So if you get hit for 100 damage, the higher... well, it doesn't have a chance... Let me see how to explain it. AC has a chance to reduce the damage more depending on your... depending on your armor class. So let's say you take 100 damage and you have 100 armor class, it might have a chance of reducing that damage to 80. So when you get hit, you can get hit between 80 and 100 damage. If you have 200 armor class, you might get hit between 60 and 100 damage. If you have 400 armor class, it might be like 30 and 100 damage. So it just has a larger range of damage that you could potentially take. So over the course of time, you will take significantly less damage in most fights, because your AC allows you to potentially reduce the amount of damage. It doesn't always do it though. So like somebody can still get full damage on you with 100 AC, or if they do 100 damage and you have 1,000 AC, they could still potentially do 100 damage. Not the stinking cub. Oh boy. Not good. Ow. My goodness. Does the initial chance to hit get... I don't think there's a chance. The chance to hit changes. The chance to hit is based on your defense skill versus their offense skill. I believe dictates the chance to hit. So armor class would just has a chance to reduce the damage based on your armor class. Like the higher armor class you have, the higher chance you have to reduce damage, basically. Sorry, I'm trying to read chat. I'm trying to play the game and read some text messages at the same time. I got a lot going on right now. And stamina for a block chance with a shield. I don't know if it's stamina. Did they say that in the recent update? That stamina increase your block chance? They did something recently with it. Stamina gives you more health. And it reduces your chance to be stunned in combat. But I don't think... I don't remember if it helped with your block chance. I know that they made a change recently to it, so I just don't remember what it was for some reason. I thought it was strength, but it might have been stamina, because I think at one point it was strength. And then they changed it. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Stamina increases block chance and sitting HP region. Okay, is that what the change was? I was gonna say when you said that, when Nova said that, I was like, that does sound familiar. It does sound like that change that they just made. So yeah, higher stamina equals more block chance. Which is good. Like I think that we need to have more things for different stats. So, you know, right now having high stamina, just increasing your health pool is nice, but is that enough, you know? Yeah, per the recent change, yeah. Okay, let's see if these mobs are now green to us or not yet. Now that we hit level of 54. Say what? What was I looking for? Oh, that's right. Where's my nukes? Flames of Eth. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I want to stay here or just go for level 60. My buffs are gonna fade away. Man, I don't know. I'm torn right now. I'm really torn. Any more class deep dives come out? Not yet, JR. Not yet. Oops. These are still light blue. Wow. I can't believe these are still light blue. That's bonkers. I've been in this spot since 40. I mean, I started over here to test it out around 38. I was able to do it, but it was challenging and not really worth the time and effort. I've been over here in this spot since 43 XPing. Like, seriously XPing. Oh, shoot. I knew I needed my buffs. I totally forgot to put my buffs up. Alright, let me see what we're going to do here. How am I liking the game? I'm loving this game. I put way too much time in as is, so... Oh, what to do, what to do. Let's go. I'm going to go try something here. Brings back to EQ1 days. It's very much like EQ1, yeah. Almost everything about this game is. Definitely comparable. Speed of the Wild, anyone? Speed of the Wild? Let's give this guy 79 copper or silver, because that's what I had on me. Sometimes I give stuff. Let's see. Let's go to glass flats. Do you stream full time? I do right now, yes. I stream every day around 9 a.m. Eastern. Some weekends I don't stream. It depends on the weekend. But Monday through Friday, for the most part, I'm here by 9 a.m. Eastern. Don't need C and Viz. We need this and this. But you made it to the weekend without the world ending. Well, that's good. I'm glad the world didn't end throughout the week. That'd have been bad. Very bad. Do 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 do. Okay, well, that answers that. I could be a rule lawyer right now and go down there, but I'm not that person. But there are people that would do that. This down here clearly being camped by that group. But Technically, they're not killing everything, so you could go down there and start killing stuff if you wanted to. You wanted to be that person. But that's not me. Join them. My perception of all classes is you can pretty much walk up to a campfire and join a group. Am I off? You're way off. You should be able to, and theoretically, you should want to do that. But, and I mean, they may, I'm not trying to say that group wouldn't do that, but it's not advantageous for them to add more people to their party. It will slow down their experience. And it would slow down my experience. That's the problem with it. Right now, I can play solo and gain more experience than any group that I join. What's like a good number for a campfire group farm then before it becomes considered? It depends on the classes. That's the issue. Like, because I'm playing a wizard, I can solo far better than any group that I join. Period. It's just that is what it is. For experience gains. But if you're playing like a fighter or a rogue or a cleric, you know, certain classes are going to be better just joining a group. But generally speaking, a duo or trio is the best place to be. If you can't solo, you want to be a duo or trio. So like a fighter healer duo, fighter shaman specifically would be really good. Yeah, you start adding anybody after 3 players in a party, your party becomes I don't want to say less efficient. Obviously, adding more players to your party makes it more efficient. The problem is that for each party member added, you have to get so many more kills to make up for the difference of XP. So if you're not gaining that many kills per rotation, then it's not worth it. It's a problem that they've had for some time, and I hope that they resolve it soon, because it's kind of frustrating, in my opinion. The solo and small group XP versus large group when it's supposed to be a group focused game. Friend and I are messing around as a monk beastmaster. Was all right for the most part, but things get real spicy when social aggro is involved. Sure does. Well, the monk should be able to deal with that though. Low level adventures. I think we're 12. Yeah, the monk's gonna have feign death, which is the best puller in the game for separating mobs. So definitely, you shouldn't have an issue with that. Sounds like it hurts bigger groups. Doesn't seem good for social MMO. It sure doesn't. Goopster. That's why, like, I've been so for these changes for a long time, is because the solo ability of this game is way too good. There's a huge benefit for being solo. As far as XP is concerned, as far as time is concerned, as far as a lot of things are concerned. Just a huge benefit for playing solo. Feign Death can separate mobs? Yeah. We were using Feign Death to abort a pull. Well, that's how you do it, yeah. Didn't know it could separate. So, yeah, like if you pull a mob, you pull 3 of them, you Feign Death, 2 of them walks away, then you pull the one that's by itself. It's the complete opposite of EQ, sadly. Yeah, and that's where they're trying to adjust it. Like, they're trying to get to a point where group XP or grouping is the best way to play the game. So they're trying, like, one of the things they're trying to do is increase the difficulty, for example. Yeah, maybe I'll play a monk at some point and show people how to split pull in this game, because it does seem like there's new players that don't understand it, or old players that just don't remember how to do it. Okay, let's do this. All right, we're gonna try something here. You love pulling on monks and EQ? Yeah, they're awesome for pulling for sure. I don't know. This is better. This is going to be better XP or not? Because these are they have a lot more health on them. So yeah, pretty much all the other classes can two-man group. How does a bard, or rather what class? Bard right now is in a pretty bad situation. It used to be a really good solo class because of charming. And then they kind of destroyed charms. Oops. Specifically for bard, destroyed charm. I don't think this is actually worth doing these. We're going to go back to where we were. That only gave me like half a blue bubble. That's not worth it XP wise. I could get. So we're gonna keep doing what we were doing before. Get a little bit less XP, but yeah. Yeah, Bard would be like your third member to a party. Yeah, I think they need to. I personally feel like they need to increase Bard's capabilities, specifically its damage. You know, but it needs to choose. Does it want to cast damage or buffs? And they need to have a good option there. In a group, in a full party of 6, it should want to cast its haste and its clarities type buffs, and like it's going to cast certain spells or sing certain songs. And then in the case of if it's trying to solo or duo, it should have some other songs that allow it to do damage. Yeah, Bard would be... Yeah, if you can't find a good enchanter, then you go Bard. Usually. They do stack, though. They do stack. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know what to play for the open beta if I play this during the open beta. I might do a couple things during that time. I think we got a lot of family stuff planned during that too. But I don't know. I have to check. Made a clip of you AE kiting. Never did it before. It's pretty easy to do. It's extremely easy, yes. It's very, very easy to AE quad kite in this game. Especially as a wizard. The druid is okay at it, but the wizard is definitely better. I love playing support. Wish there was more than Bard and Enchanter. But between the two, I'm going to play Bard and regardless of min-max. Just love the class. Yeah, I mean, the Bard's going to be good, I feel like. We have to see what they're going to do with the changes to it, though. Because right now, the Bard, it's a good class, but when they did the changes to Charm and required it to have Charisma, it's more difficult to get a lot of Charisma on a Bard than it is for some of these other classes. So it became a whole thing. Plus, their Charm only lasts for 18 seconds. So a Bard would have to, like, charm kite things around. And I don't know. People find the gameplay really tedious and annoying. So they got to figure out a way to deal with that. Is quad kiting faster than grouping? Much faster. Yes. Much, much faster. Even killing light blues, it's still faster. I wanted to get my wizard gets enchanted. What's the highest int I can get? I can get enchanted per slot. Well, +5 would be the highest. There's like exceptional enchants, and those are +5 to a stat. Look at the song weaving. Maybe have a 4-stack auto or whatever, and you can still try hard. 5 songs, but mainly I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you can technically we can weave 5 songs on a bard if you're perfect at it. But to account for latency and account for not clicking a button super quickly, 4 songs is basically the best you're going to be able to keep up. I got a burned parchment scrap from a dusty skeleton fallen past. Are those worth anything? Do you know? It says to draw. So, yes. You get 4 different pages, combine them in a book, and then you can summon a named Drake. That's what what those are for, Channing Tatum. I think when they fix it, so 6-man groups are preferred. Bards will be wanted. I mean, they're wanted now, but yes, I will agree they will be wanted more for sure. Absolutely will be wanted more for sure. But my hope for the bards, like, let's go read up on the bards again. I don't remember a lot of the changes to bards. Oops. World, classes, bard. So defining traits, support focus hybrid class with broad access to most spell types, including buffs, debuffs, crowd control, damage over time, regeneration. Song function as a group, auras. Songs have short duration. Songs typically have no mana cost. Okay, so it's basically, it doesn't sound like they're going to change that much. So more depth and range in song selection, including a larger and more meaningful damage offering. This is going to be big for bards right there, so that they don't have to just buff the group. They can actually damage for the group. So that's going to be a very big welcome change. Instruments as normal part of play, including more songs. So this is going to be good as well, where they actually require more instruments. But they're going to be taking away Charm as a play style, which right now Charm is like the main play style for bards, unfortunately. And if you don't charm on a bard, you're kind of lackluster. You know, you don't do enough damage. So yeah, it just becomes kind of bad. So it seems like the class isn't going to change much. Oh shoot. All right, let's go past this. Yeah, it seems like the class isn't going to change much from what it was planned to be in the first place. Didn't they take that away because they didn't want bards to be one of the best pullers? Take what away? The charm thing? Or are you talking about something else? But yeah, bards aren't going to be bad pullers, but they're not going to be the best pullers. They only became the best pullers in EverQuest because they had a threat dump that they could use. And that's literally the only reason that made them good pullers in EverQuest. This game is planning to make monks the best pullers overall. They are the puller class. I think they're the only class that has puller as part of their class description. I heard Charm made them a top puller. No. Charm had nothing to do with making them a top puller. Charm, so the way you could pull with Charm is you charm a mob and you run to the camp and the charm mob follows you there. It doesn't cast spells. It just runs straight to the camp. So, I mean, it's not a bad tool for pulling, but it didn't make them a top puller by any means. The pulling is more about splitting the mobs. So if you have 5 mobs at a camp, charming one of them isn't going to split the camp. So that doesn't make them a good puller. It can help, sure. But what makes any class a good puller is the ability to de-aggro themselves. Using Feign Death or the Vanish ability, you know, things like that. Figured rangers would be good too. How about rogues or archers? Archers are not good pullers. Rogues are good pullers because they have sap and they have a de-aggro. That's the vanish I was talking about. So it allows them to de-aggro. So yes, rogues are good pullers. But monks are better. Rangers can be good for the same reason that a bard is good. Right now, rangers can cast Speed of the Wild, so they have a run speed buff. Then they can also cast Lull and Unity to allow you to lull the mobs. If you lull a mob, it reduces its aggro radius and allows you to split pull much, much easier. Dang it. I didn't mean to pick that up. So yeah, I mean, people get it. They think, when you think of pullers, any class in the game can technically pull, right? They can go target a mob and they can pull it. Then you have some classes that are not geared. They have the right abilities and toolkit to be able to pull a little bit better. Mob, or like anybody with feigned death, so a necromancer, a shadow knight, or a monk. The monk is the best. So feigned death is the best pulling tool probably overall in the game. If you want to pick one tool out of the entire game, feigned death would be your best pulling tool. And those three classes have that. However, the monk has it on an instant cast, whereas both the shadow knight and the necromancer have a cast time for it. It's a short cast time, very short, but it still has a cast time, so it does make a difference. Then you have other classes, though, that have things like your unity and your charm and your run speed and different things like that. So some classes will be better than others. When mobs aren't steamrolled, I always enjoyed groups and MMOs with a good puller. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping we get to in this game, is the difficulty needs to ramp up so much that it requires you to have a good puller. Right now, if you pull, especially at low level, if you accidentally pull 2, 3, 4, 5 mobs to camp, it's not really a big deal, especially if you have an enchanter. It's not devastating when that happens, and it should be. So like that, they need to emphasize the puller a lot. Well, I could pull these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 mobs though. I mean, I could probably do 6 all at once, but I don't really want to. Yes, sitting down is the same as meditating from EQ1. Let's go ahead and just grab all of these, I guess. Can I snare all of them? Let's find out. Very close. You just found out about this game, first time seeing it? Awesome. It is very much EverQuest. in a lot of ways. I wonder if we should pull 2 more mobs or just... Nah, we'll just kill these. It's fine. We'll just do all 6 at once. Why not? There is experience loss on death, yes. It's about 10% of your level. Can you D-level? You sure can. Max level is 60 right now. 60. Thanks for the recap on Sean's stream on YouTube. Hopefully things start moving and changing. I hope so too. Yeah, we'll keep doing those recaps. People tend to like those. So I'll probably keep doing those. I watched the whole stream, and I'm not... This isn't a diss toward Sean or anything, but a lot of Sean's stream ends up being just a bunch of chatting, you know, just a bunch of people just kind of hanging out chatting, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's a lot of my stream too. But you know, not some people just want to have the good bits of information rather than all the fluff. Do 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 do. What I need to do is make a video on enchanting. A lot of people have been asking me about that one. So I need to do that. It wouldn't be hard to do either. It's kind of, I might just throw one together that's just super simple. Do jewel crafting too. Might do jewel crafting as well. I think I need to do enchanting first before I do jewel crafting to explain how to enchant stuff. Yeah. We'll see. Jewel crafting isn't hard though. Like, it's just basically mine some stuff, turn it into things, and then good to go. Enchanting is a little bit more, it's not confusing, but it's more confusing than jewel crafting. Brother Luca. Come on, you cub. We might look at doing that soon. I could also just kind of do it on stream and then kind of splice it up, which might be the better way to do it. Just kind of go over it on stream and then break that down into a video. Yeah, I think this is still better XP because these mobs are so easy. So I still think this is better experience. than going and trying to do higher level mobs that just take longer to kill. Higher level mobs take like my full mana bar. So I went out to do some Lyft and Uber driving recently, and somebody gave me a 4-star. I was sad. This is like my first like true bad review. Well, not bad review, but I don't know why you'd put a 4. Like, what the heck did I do to deserve to lose a star? I was sad. I had 99 out of 100. 5 stars. Must have made somebody angry. One a.m. game time. All right. We're going to have to get full mana, and then we'll do another 6 pull, I guess. Ratings are subjective, and person probably thought 4 was still good. Probably. Probably. That actually happened to me when I first started streaming for Lyft. Or not streaming. When I first started driving for Lyft, that actually happened to me one time, where as a guy, he said, oh my gosh. He said, like, what's a good rating or whatever, and I was like, pretty much anything under 5 is bad. And people just don't realize that. They're like, oh, they're giving them above average or whatever. What the heck? Oh shoot, these 4 are respawning. Oh well. Well, we'll do it this way anyway. Pantheon Enjoyer left that 4-star, maybe. Hey, what's going on, Jared? How you doing, bud? A lot of companies consider anything below 9 bad and 9 is neutral. It's really dumb. Yeah, it's really dumb. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I don't really care. It doesn't affect literally anything. Not like I get less rides because I got one bad review or whatever. Yeah, but still, people want to be told they're doing a good job. Unless they eat your food or blanket 5-star. Yeah, I know. I get that. Can't give you that 5-star because that implies there's no room for improvement. Said every idiot HR manager ever. Yeah, I think that's where the one guy, like I had a guy a long time ago when I first started doing rideshare, literally say that to me. He's like, you know, there's always room for improvement. So a 4 should be good. Like a 3 should be average. If you do your job, you get a 3, right? If you do less than your job, you get a 1 or a 2. If you do more than your job, then you get a 4 or 5. And you have to really go above and beyond. And it's like, I get that. You know, I kind of understand that. But yeah, at the same time, it's like, unfortunately, nobody thinks of it that way. Like it's got to be, it's perfect or nothing. But whatever. Such is life. Most people love me, so most of my riders anyway when I'm doing rideshare. For your company, it's an extra $225 a month if you maintain 92% positive. Where's that extra money coming from? Like how is that calculated if you get a positive thing? Is it just that they've just shown that over time that just happens? Like it's just a bonus? Oh, so you get an extra $225 bonus if you get those reviews. I see what you're saying. Makes sense. Yeah, like the only thing that I would say having a lower rating for like rideshare drivers is if one person gives you a bad review, other people will probably see that and scrutinize it more, right? And then they're going to be like, oh, well, this person got one bad review. I see why they got the bad review. I'm going to also give them a bad review to let them know, hey, I agree with the previous writer. Even though the reason for the bad review could be completely different. It's just silly. But it's out of the last 100. The way that the Lyft does it, it's out of the last 100. So once you do another 100 rides, eventually that one will drop off. That one bad review will drop off. So in the last 100, I got 99 5-stars and 1 4-star for some reason. They don't say why. So whatever. Used to work in the service industry. You have to royally screw up for me to care. Yeah, a lot of people have entitlement. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I can go to a restaurant and get decent service, and I'm going to be fine with it. You know, if I get exceptional service, then which is not very common, then I will let them know, and I might give them a better tip. If I get really bad service, which is not very common either, I will also let them know and leave a lesser tip. But generally speaking, like you got to really screw up. Like I had one situation where I went to a restaurant. This was many years ago, and we sat down at the restaurant. It took them about 20 minutes before they came over just to get our drink order. I was like, not a big deal. Maybe they're busy, right? So we got our drink order. And we just got waters or whatever, give us the menus, all that kind of stuff, like so we could actually, get the dinner going. This particular place also served bread rolls. They didn't bring us bread rolls. We sat there for 20 minutes looking at the menus, just like twiddling our thumbs. Finally, they come to the table. We get our drink order in, and then doesn't come back with any of the bread while we're waiting for our appetizer. Comes back later, says, "Are you ready to order?" And we're like, "Well, we never got our drinks. I think she brought waters out to us, but we never got our actual drinks that we ordered." So then that was like kind of strike number 2. And she was not very attentive. Then we ordered our food. It was also one of those nights where, we'll get to that part in a minute, but we ordered our food and the food didn't come out right. You know, I think we cooked like a medium rare steak, and it was meat. It was like, not cooked right. Things just didn't come out right. That could be on the cook, not necessarily on the server, but the server should check it and make sure. Anyway, all these things kept adding up throughout the night. And at the very end, I got the check. And what I was about to say a second ago is it was kids eat free night. As long as one adult orders a full meal, kids eat free. And before I opened that check, I said, I am not going to tip this person if the kids' meal is not taken off. Right? That was going to be my last straw. And opened it up, looked at it, had the kids' meal, and I was like, come on, man. Come on. So that's kind of when I made a big deal about it. I gave way more effort than I should have. Made a big deal about it. And then it ticked me off even more. I talked to the manager about it and said, look, I don't feel like I should pay for this meal. This was terrible service. The food came out incorrect. It was cold. I gave him all the reasons for it. And at the end of it, the whole thing, he goes, well, can you at least pay for your drinks? And I was like, what? You're going to make me pay for my drinks? At the whole, it was just a big situation. So I ended up, long story short, I did contact corporate. They gave me a free voucher to go back and get anything I wanted for dinner. Never went back. That restaurant is now closed. So they didn't change their act. I gave them the feedback. I let them know, like, hey, this isn't cool, man. You can't do this stuff to your customers. Like I'm fine with, people, like, it doesn't have to be perfect, mistakes happen. But at some point, we're just going to wait till... Oh, shoot. Let's grab this guy. You know what? We're actually going to camp... let me see. Yeah, we're going to do this. I'm going to clear aggro on these. Maybe going to clear aggro on these. Wait, am I camping in the water? Yeah, I'm camping in the water. Do I kill the named out here very often? I don't. I could solo the named if I get it by itself. But if I don't get it by itself and I get it with a bunch of ads, it can be difficult. Plus, I need Speed of the Wild. No matter what, I need Speed of the Wild to solo it. So, no, I don't kill it very often. But oftentimes, people do come and kill it. Oh, those just despawned. Interesting. Very interesting. Since it's daytime now. I didn't know they were going to just instantly despawn. I thought they would change. Transform. There were still people who can put their name on a product or service and not deliver. Worse, deliver subpar. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this was at like a chain restaurant. Honestly, like, it was probably a new server, but they were doing a terrible job. I even talked to 2 other tables that night, and I asked them, and I was like, hey, are you guys getting your service? It took the other tables. It was the same thing for every single table that particular person had. I think that they were new, but they weren't getting, like, normally I assume people go to restaurants and they see a new server and they usually get trained by somebody for at least a night or two. But yeah, that was not the case. So I don't know. It was just a bad situation all around. I feel for servers though. Like, I really do. Like, they don't deserve the treatment that they get a lot of times. I did it for a while, like not a long while, like 6 months. I worked at a restaurant and I was a server, and I will never do that again. Like, I could do customer service type stuff, but I will never do serving tables again. That was awful. I was a door guy for like 5 or 6 years. Yeah. I don't know how those people do that either. One of my favorite jobs ever. Yeah, it was. Someone complained about me not remembering their name. I tell them, you're doing great. Yeah. I don't know if I could do that job either. But people say the same thing when I do like my rideshare stuff. They're like, how do you do that? To me, it's easy. I just drive around on Friday, Saturday night. It gets me out of the house. It allows me to see what's happening around the city without actually spending a ton of money. And in fact, I can make a little bit of money. It's I don't know. It's fun. I use it more of a fun thing that just kind of also can pay you. Door guy during COVID was weird. Oh, I'm sure that was rough. That had to be rough. Like, you got to constantly tell people, step away, like 5 feet, apart. Whether you agreed or disagreed with the whole situation or not, and it didn't matter, It's the ones you mess up that you remember, for sure, yeah. 6 feet, mask up at all times, unless eating or drinking. Yeah. Yeah, that was a whole weird situation, man. That whole, like, year plus that we had to deal with that. I hope that never happens again, but chances are that something like that will. Maybe not in my lifetime, though. Because the last one that happened prior to that, something similar to that, would have been like polio and all that fun stuff that I'm sure the older people remember. Spanish flu. Yeah, stuff like that, happens. So it seems they may have fixed, hopefully, probably should knock on wood. It seems they fixed the latency where they like the long stutters. It seems they fixed that, which is nice. COVID would have been a year if politicians hadn't turned objective science into opinion-based political talking points. I mean, yeah. Doesn't matter which side of the line you're on that one. That was just a bad situation all around. Easy with older people. The older people jabs. I mean, we're all getting up there in age at this point, but I don't remember. Like, I wasn't alive when they did. Whoops. When they had like these. The polio outbreaks and all those weird things. That wasn't during my lifetime. But it's funny because people don't I mean, none of that's funny, right? Don't get me wrong. But it's funny because people don't realize that was going on far before COVID even happened. But whatever. Oh boy. Does it help your stream if I leave it running when I leave? Yeah, yeah. I mean, lurkers are a huge part of streams. Huge part. Yep, you still counts as a viewer. I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to be on today. But it definitely does help. Yeah, any lurkers, they help. So what it does, it looks like it's a viewer, right? It counts as a viewer. And then that puts you up a little bit higher on that viewer list. So if people are looking for certain content, they will choose you over other content. Be back later, and I'll be with you. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, I may or may not be around long today, but we'll see. I appreciate the lurk, Jared. I'm going to have quite a bit of planar powder here. Because I haven't been really using it much lately. Oh no, did I fail on one? The heck? Says I can make 9 more, but I can't. Nope, there they go. That was weird. There goes that lag spike that I said wasn't in game. I guess it is still there. So that's wonderful. I had hoped that they had fixed that. Sandstorms in Vale give me a migraine. Why are they so long? They're not supposed to be as long as they are. They were only supposed to last for like 15 minutes. Unfortunately, something happened and it kind of bugged out. So they last longer than they should. Zoom, zoom. With these changes with the boat, it's definitely quieter out here. A lot quieter. That direction from the dock is the island. I need to get one of those claws to use at some point. Yeah. This island right here is the island you need to be on. So from the dock, swim straight out to this island. Yeah, my hair is doing something crazy today in the back. That is nuts. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. What do I get at level 55? Oh, let's just get the evac at level 55, don't I? Nothing really super fun and special. Yeah, I've been kind of thinking about this lately. I wonder what's going to happen when they increase the TTK and they increase all of the make it more difficult to solo, if it's going to end up hurting the game, because they kind of has set that precedence that the game was soloable, and then now it's going to be a drastic change in the other direction. Like, I wonder if that's going to end up hurting things or not. Evac and mental alacrity is what I get. Oh, the next yep, there it is. Mental alacrity. Okay, so I get this. Yeah, these two, I guess. What's that, 25%? 30% for 1 hour. Yeah, so right now I've got 25%, so it's not going to really change too much. Not a huge upgrade. 58, I get a new AoE nuke. Yeah, there's an AoE nuke at 58. And then at 60, the level 60 spell. There's a nuke at level 60, but it's a dropped spell. But I do have the drop spell. But the problem is that spell still going to be needed or whatever after the overhaul? That last AoE nuke, though, I need to look at it again. I don't know if it's like super mana efficient or not. Like more so than the current ones. Let me look. So my current one is this one right here. And the last AoE nuke is this one. Oh, wow. It does 1,000. Wow. So it goes up 120 mana, but it goes up by almost 400, like 375 more damage. I'll have to check the efficiency on it and see how much the efficiency goes up. All right, let's check that real quick because I'm curious. So this one is 675, and this one is... All right, so 280, or we'll do it backwards from that. So damage, 675 divided by 280 equals 0.24, or 0.242, and then 1050 divided by 400. 0.26. So it's going to, yeah, it goes up by another maybe 10% more damage. Or more damage ratio, which is good. Finally got the bloodied spellbook from the goblin. Nice, nice. Is that a statted spellbook? Is that what you were trying to get? +3 int, no drop, belt spellbook. Nice. Awesome. Still good XP here at 54. It is, yeah. Like, so it's clearly less XP than I could get per quad kite, but the mobs are so easy. They resist less. They have less health. So overall, I can quad kite these faster. Oops. I did not mean to aggro that. Oopsie poopses. Only problem is got to buy new spells for it. For what? Oh, for the spell book? Yeah. Being able to transfer to a spell book would be nice, I think. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it. Wait, why did this guy start running at me? That's not been 10 or 2 minutes yet. The heck? I feel like that snare wore off really fast. My goodness. When I log back in, that's going to aggro me again, isn't it? It was pretty close. Oh, it did not aggro me. Look at that. Would you look at that? But yeah, it's clear that the XP here has slowed down a decent amount, but it's still, I think it's still too good. Still think it's too good. How does swimming skill leveling work? Does breath bar have to be on the screen? Can I just jam my face into a corner and auto run? Breath bar does not have to be seen. No, you can swim above water and level your swimming. I don't know if you can swim into a wall or not, and with auto run into a wall to level swimming. You might be able to. You may also have to move around. I don't really know if like it checks movement. Yeah, you'd have to swim into a wall and find out. I think you can, but I don't know. Trying to work on your chanting. Any tips on how to obtain the T2 powders? You're stuck. Mining and, well, there's a couple ways you could do it. Mining and herbalism to go and get the fronds and the crystallized whatever they're called. That's one way to do it. Another way is to go fight monsters that are lower level. You need to fight things for tier 2. You need to find things that are level 16 to 29. Kill those and disenchant their items. And then you'll get the next tier of enchanting. What size monitor do I use? I think they're a 24-inch. Think about getting the new LG 39-inch ultra-wide. Current laptop screen. Looks great. Yeah, I want to get an ultra-wide, but they're expensive. So I don't have one. But I would love to have one because I've got 3 monitors right here. And it would be nice to have... at least one ultra wide instead of 2 of those monitors would be awesome. Because you can put, if you get the ultra wide, the right one, it's basically two monitors side by side. I think I would need like a 50 something inch. I forget which one it is, but I need like a 50 something inch monitor, and it would be the equivalent of two 20 or 26 inch or whatever I'm currently using. Yeah, one of those ultra wide curved monitors. I'd be careful though getting like the LG 39 inch ultra wide. Be careful with some of those. Because some of them are too small. So what you want to do is you want to figure out how you can get two 16:9 images side by side. That's the way, in my opinion, you should do it if you get those monitors. But like the 39 inch ultra wide might only be slightly bigger. So you can't do a 16:9 and a 16:9 next to each other. It would have to crop both of those images. So yeah, just make sure you can do that. Because like I was looking at it myself. What size ultra wide do I need for two 16:9 screens? You would need that. To play, you want a 49 inch super ultra wide 32:9 ratio. And this will be basically having two 27 inch monitors. So I would have to go with this 49 inch if I wanted to do that. If you go with a 39 inch, it depends on if it's a 39 inch 32:9 ratio or not. So I would just check on that. Well, 5K and 2K is not the ratio. 5K is like the number of pixels on the screen. So you want those are different things. You want to look at something that's the ratio. You want it to be a 32:9 ratio. It doesn't matter really what size the monitor is. 32:9 ratio will fit two screens side by side, two normal screens side by side. But then if you have like an ultra wide game that you're playing, it'll allow you to expand that out. But yeah, I would love to get one eventually, but they're expensive. The one that I was looking at was like almost $2,000, and I was like, man, I'm not paying $2,000 for a monitor. Not right now. If I had a bunch of extra money, I would, but who's got a bunch of extra money these days? Not me. Extra money is great, but always runs out. There's tons of extra holes there. That is true. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you want to spend your money on, right? Some people spend their money on frivolous, silly things, and other people don't. And you know, it all depends. I don't spend a lot of money. I'm actually very extremely thrifty, overly thrifty. What is going on with my cloak here? Is ZBrush still here? What the heck is happening? I don't know what causes this. It's a bug that I saw a long time ago in EverQuest 2. I don't know if it's the same bug or not. Your chess piece did that? Yeah, I don't know what's causing it. In EverQuest 2, it only happened with my... Because I had two PCs back then. It only happened with my AMD PC. Or whatever. I don't know if it was AMD. It was not NVIDIA. I know that. I assume it was AMD. Gaming is great for saving money once you have a setup. That's true, yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Gaming is super cheap compared to other things you could be doing. I could be going out to clubs and, you know, people like to go out to bars and or pay memberships to different types of places. You know, going to a movie for entertainment costs a bunch of money. But yeah, gaming, buy a console, you know, $500 or whatever it is. Get a TV, a couple $100. Boom, you got gaming for tons and tons and tons of time. Take us to the club? Yeah, right. Did they release the keys today? You know, I don't think they have yet. I don't know, but I don't think they have yet. They did do a patch. We could check to see if they announced the keys. Yeah, actually, an hour ago. Ran a 13th wave, 1,000 general invites. Wow. Wow. I mean, good luck. And then 500 PvP invites. That's a lot. You didn't make it either? Oh my gosh. Supposedly they're checking it to make sure that they don't I don't know. They have other checks that they're doing with the invites now. I'm wondering if they're checking something about where people are signing up, or like if the same email. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. But they're doing some checks with it. Like I said, I applaud the devs for all the things that they're trying to do to prevent people from cheating and getting an advantage. But that's going to be an uphill battle, man. That is an uphill battle. You get to play this Friday? You do get to play this Friday. Yep. Everybody gets to play on Friday. Been rallying the homies for the playtest. I hope it goes well. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that were super excited about this game, having a ton of fun playing it, all of that. But with the delay and some of the things that have been happening lately, people have just been getting demoralized. And we'll see what happens. I'm still very interested in the game. I still want to play it, and I'm enjoying it. But when early access actually hits, we'll see who's playing it, and that's going to kind of dictate what I do. Because as it stands right now, we may not have like a full guild to do stuff with, which could be rough. My friends were ready for early access, but now they seem less interested. Not getting the drawing for clothes is demoralizing. It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, I had some friends that were in that situation. They didn't get into the drawing. I've had some friends that are like, they were excited, ready for it for June. And then now that it's pushed back to October, they're like, some of these class changes, people are like, I don't really want to play with these class changes coming in. So there's a lot of things happening right now. everyone's going to be on the fence in September, no matter what people feel now. Oh, yeah, that's going to be, yeah, come September, you're still going to be like, well, where are we at? You know, it's just going to change over time. That's why, like, I'm just going to play it by ear. I'm having fun playing the game. I'm enjoying, you know, just like the chill atmosphere. But if like I don't have a set static group at launch, I might end up playing a DPS class or a different class or something. I may not end up playing fighter. I'm planning to play fighter if we have a static group, and I'm actually able to level up and do the things that I want to do. But that could change depending on my friends and what they decide to do. If they released in June, the game would die sooner, in my opinion. Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's there's a likelihood of that, yes. The game may not have done well if they launched it in June. So yeah, you never know. Never know. I finally remembered I have Twitch. Cool. That's kind of a weird thing to forget, but okay. Sorry, apparently there's more drama going on at the Scepters again. More drama at the Scepters. The whole reason Pallid lost his mind the other day. And I guess it's continuing today. What are Scepters? So you have to get these 4 Scepters to spawn a raid boss. So they spawn at the exact same time every game day. So you know exactly when they're going to spawn. Every 72 minutes, these mobs spawn. So because people know exactly when they're going to spawn, they prepare for it. And basically, the devs have said that you're going to have to sit around camping those mobs and literally sit on top of those camps. So it's a whole thing. And if you don't sit directly on top of the camp, then it's the first person that gets on top of the camp when they spawn, and it becomes a whole thing. So, yeah, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. What happened with Pallid? So I'll give you what I understand. I'm not here to debate it, guys, so please don't try to debate it with me if you're in the channel and you're just like, that's not what happened. I'm going to give you the facts as known, and I'm not giving you an opinion. Pallid was camping, or Pallid was trying to get the 4 Scepters. He had gotten 3 of the 4 Scepters over about a week or so worth of time. And he had been up there a ton doing it. He had been working with a lot of people apparently doing it. And he was farming or camping the last Scepter. Well, when he was quote-unquote camping that last Scepter, he was waiting for it to spawn. And then a Shade person, supposedly, I'm not going to even say Shade. But I already said it, so it's out there. But a person came in and nobody was at that particular camp, sitting on top of the mob where it spawns or whatever. So they came in and they saw it and they killed it. And then a petition, the whole thing happened with that. And Pallid was saying, I was camping that. They got a GM involved. The GM says that Pallid wasn't close enough to the camp to claim the camp. And his response was basically, well, I'm a caster. I can't sit on the camp like some other classes that can just sit there. It became a whole big deal. And it looked like favoritism towards one group of people. Whether it was or not is a whole different story. I'm not trying to take sides here, guys. Again, I will reiterate that 1,000 times if I have to. But it appeared on some people's opinions that it looked like favoritism towards one group of people over another group of people. It just, the whole thing got blown up. Pallid got super upset about it and started saying things in shout inappropriately, and it just kind of continued to escalate. So that's the short version of what happened. They need to add a mechanic where campfires give pull radius or something. I don't know. I feel like we end up having the same 4 conversations every week. Oh, all the time, Johnson. Yeah, all the time. Same stuff. I'm kind of new here. How weapons and gear works in the game. What is better or worse? Can you help me understand that, please? For weapons, which one is better? So if you look at a weapon, if you're a melee class and you use the weapon to do your damage, your main thing you want to look at is the damage delay ratio. So you're going to take the damage and divide it by the delay, and it's going to give you some number. So if we go into our calculator here and we take 10 divided by 37 and hit enter, we get 0.27. The closer this number is to 1, the better. So the higher that number is, the better. So 0.5 would be better, than a 0.27. So that's going to be the main thing you look at if you're a melee class. If you're not a melee class, then you're really just looking at stats. So the strength or the stamina, the agility, the intelligence, wisdom, all the stats that are on there. And you just want to make sure you're getting the right stats for your class. And that's pretty much it. That's itemization in a nutshell. No opinions, but you came here for the hot takes. I will give you some hot takes and some of my opinion on certain things, yes. But those are hot topics right now. You know, like I wasn't there, and that's another part of the problem with these petitions and, you know, like what happened prior to, what happened after. You know, there's a lot of other information that needs to be seen there. Unfortunately, the devs and the players are not seeing all of the information in all of those situations. And oftentimes, what I've seen lately, at least in my experience, is the person who petitions first generally wins. Now, could that be because the person who's petitioning most of the time is in the right? Maybe. And the other person is not the one in the right? Maybe. But it seems like whoever petitions and, you know, bends the rules to their favor, as per Sean's stream yesterday, where he literally called his stream "The Court is in Session" or "Court is in Session" or whatever. That's the problem with it, is people are finding loopholes and they're abusing those loopholes. And it's kind of sad. So, yeah. You have griddle hot takes instead of griddle hot cakes. I got you. We could go back to talking about charm every 5 minutes. We could. I'm trying to avoid the charm conversation. They are currently fixing it, so that's my take on it. Is they're making adjustments to charm, so we're leaving that out until we see what those changes are. That is why they need to instance raids. Well, there's a whole other side of that too. I'm not against instancing. I'm not for instancing. I am indifferent on instancing. But if you instance raids, that means that's more of those items coming into the game, and it's a little bit more difficult to balance, you know, like the economy of the game if you have instancing. So I don't know. I'm neither for it nor against it. I give you my opinions on these things, and you can agree or disagree with them, and that's fine. I think that instancing could be good, and it could also be bad for the game. Non-instance raid bosses are easy mode, in my opinion. Can just put 100 people on it. That's true as well. You're not wrong. It becomes a Zergfest game rather than an actual skill or challenge. It's just how many people can you throw at the encounter, right? So whoever has the most players wins. So, yeah. It's a whole thing. Worst economy balancing is greater than all the massive mini problems with no instance raid. I mean, it's the economy in this game is a... I mean, I want to say things like disaster. It's not in a great place. There's some good parts about the economy. I will give the devs credit where credit is due on the economy. For example, gathering the amount of cloth scraps that drop versus leather scraps that drop off of humanoids. It's done pretty appropriately. There's far more cloth that drops off of humanoids than it does leather scraps, because you can get leather scraps from tanning when you get hides off of animals. So it actually kind of, you know, there are some good things with the economy. The problem is there's no sinks. I like to say money sinks, but people get confused when I say money sinks. But there's no like economic sinks in the game, not just to take coin out of the game, but to take items out of the game. And they haven't done a very good job with that so far, in my opinion. I've given up on ever seeing an economy as perfect as Final Fantasy XI again. I don't remember Final Fantasy XI being like a crazy good economy, but maybe it was. I didn't play it enough, so I couldn't really say. Do. I had an idea to help the economy from mitigating oversaturation of loot of the economy and inflation. Basically have a limited amount of trades for some items, so it can still twink for after X number of trades, it eventually becomes no drop. Maybe. I mean, it's an interesting idea, Ixar. I don't know if it would work or not, but it's an interesting idea to allow an item to be traded, 3 times or whatever. Yeah. Eventually you can get leather from skinning, so I'm guessing cloth. Skinning is not going to be in the game, so as far as I know, Baja. They're not planning on doing that. Instead of skinning, they just have enemies that just have a drop rate of pelts. So when you kill an animal that has a pelt, it has a chance to drop the pelt. Do you know how to gain faction with residents of the bins? With residents, I believe you can kill the different gangs in the bins. So there's 5 different factions inside of the bins that I know of. There's the residents of the bins. Then there's the garrison guards, which are the guards of the bins. And then there's 3 rival gangs in the bins. If you kill one of the rival gangs, it increases your garrison guards and residents faction and the other 2 gangs faction. So it depends on which gang you kill will give you different faction. Tin hooks and water dogs, they do both lose it. Then you may not be able to. The residents could just be an overall negative since you're in their territory and you're, I don't know. But there's 5 total factions over there. You would probably maybe have to kill the garrison guards to gain residents faction. I don't know. Two leather for 1 cloth. Maybe you can't get top tier mats from BCM, or you can, but it's much worse exchange rate. Yeah, do the BCMs, which mats do the BCMs give when you break those down? Is it astral powder? Or is it planar powder? What trait should Enchanter pick? Magic resistance one, int, or charisma one? I mean, that it all depends. People are going to tell you a bunch of different things. Some people say that nothing beats the magic resist trait because of its active ability to be able to remove things like mez or stun or whatever, or root. So some people will swear up and down that that is the way to go. Other people will tell you that going int or charisma is better for different reasons. They're all good. You just have to kind of know what you need. I personally don't feel like the magic resist trait is all that amazing. It's good. It is very strong, but I don't think it's as overpowered as some people make it out to be. But personally, as an enchanter for the long term of the game, I would probably go intelligence for the more mana. But that could change with the class update as well. We don't really know. How many devs are on the Monster Memory team now? Like 45. Like actual developers, less. But there's like 45 total people within Niche World's cult at this point. But yeah, as far as developers, I don't know. 30 of those. Most of them are developers in some form or fashion. 45 full. No, it's not full time. They're all various amounts of effort put in. Different times, different some work, try to work on it 8 hours a day. That's like Sean. Other of them may only put in a couple hours a week. Not that many more than Pantheon, but getting way more done. Yeah, I mean, well, Pantheon's in a similar situation with Visionary Realms, yeah. Like, they have X number of devs, and then they have like an HR department, and they have, a CEO of the company and managers, and they have all sorts of stuff that aren't even devs. They're just literally figureheads of some sort, like. And I think that's why Monsters and Memories is getting more work done, is because out of their 45 people that work or volunteer for Monsters and Memories, out of those, most of them actually work on the game. Whereas in Pantheon, it's not the case. They have like a whole structure. I would venture to say that like their HR department and their accounting people, probably don't even play video games. They probably have no idea what that company really is even doing. I mean, I'm sure they know that they're making games, but they're just normal, everyday people. Pantheon has like 5 people that can code. Yeah. Well, coding isn't even really necessary as much anymore in these games. Or not as necessary. You know, of course, you need to have at least 1 or 2. But a lot of game development these days is just drag and drop, you know, understanding the Unity system. My bike is fixed. I need to go pick that up. Let me go see what time they close today. I might have to actually go pretty soon. I don't think they're open super late. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. Okay, so yeah, they're open for a little bit longer today. But they fixed my bike. Yay! Who told me about this great game? I don't remember the original, the very first person that mentioned it to me. Or the very first person. It might have been you. Just let me play. I don't remember. I was playing Pantheon at the time, and several people kept telling me to check it out. I get no respect. It might have been you. I honestly don't remember who the first person to bring it up was. People buy Cinder Beetle legs and Carapace anymore, or just vendor trash? They will. People will buy it once they learn about the quest line over there. But, yeah, it's not... That's kind of like one of those early server kind of things where they want to get that gear early, but then they don't care later on. What happened to my bike, though? My bike, the left pedal arm was getting loose. Like every time I would ride my bike, since the time that I bought my bike, the left pedal arm would just constantly get loose. And I took it up there after I bought it. I took it up there and was like, "Hey guys, this is a problem." The guy was like, "Oh, well, you may have to tighten it every now and then." So I tried that for a while. It didn't fix the problem. It just continued to always loosen up. So I took it up there again yesterday, and I was like, "Hey, I'm not going to keep tightening this bolt every time I ride my bike. Like that's unacceptable." So they confirmed that the bolt was causing a problem. I think they replaced the bolt. Oh shoot. So, yeah. I'm glad MnM is scratching that itch better than Pantheon. It's doing a much better job for me, for sure. I mean, I like Pantheon for various reasons. I really liked what they were doing with that game for various reasons, but yeah, I can't get behind that game's just very slow pace in changing things and fixing things and all that. It's just, that game's going to take so long to be ready. You know, they only have so much money, and they're having to actually spend money to build that game, whereas this game is not. So, yeah, Pantheon, I don't know that it's ever going to get finished. So they're going to try both at 1.0, right? We'll see. We'll see. I'll be playing this game at early access is my plan, but that's based on what we know right now. You know, like that could change. They could go a completely different direction with this game than what they're wanting to do. Why can't I click on these? There we go. Yeah, they could absolutely, completely change the direction in this game if they wanted to. You never know how a game will end up. I would try both their launches at least. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to keep looking at Pantheon. I'm not going to try that launch unless they actually show me that they're doing things right. Like, I have zero intentions of playing Pantheon, but I might try it, you know, if it starts looking decent and I hear good things, but I have yet to hear good things about that game ever. Like, yeah, it's been bad. Pantheon will never launch. I mean, it's not looking good. It is not looking good. Pantheon needs actual cities. Well, yeah, it doesn't have any cities right now. It's got a couple dungeons now, and they look cool and they're fun to go through. But yeah, it needs more. I mean, this game needs more dungeons too. Like that, to me, that's not a gripe. The amount of content in Pantheon is not my current gripe. It was a gripe, and it kind of like it's a thing that I'm like, they need more content. Sure, every game needs more content. My issue with Pantheon is, first of all, getting the game working properly, right? Getting balanced properly, not having flying mobs, you know, like that kind of stuff needs to be fixed. Getting the classes all into the game, like all of that stuff, and they just keep reiterating it over and over. So I played Pantheon a lot last year. I really enjoyed it, actually. I played Pantheon for about 3,000 hours. And I had fun playing the game. Like I said, it was a fun game. And I enjoyed what I did in the game. That's not the problem. The problem is the development process. The company as a whole, how they are approaching things. That's where I have an issue with Pantheon. They're trying to make a fun game. They're failing at it, but they're trying. It's rushing to launch now. It's going to be a shallow broken trash at launch probably. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, they're trying to rush at this point. They're really trying to push hard, and they're trying to get things done quickly. The problem is when they do anything quickly, they don't do it thoroughly. Well, that's the problem with anybody. But they already were doing it slowly and messing up. So I don't see how speeding it up is going to help them. They don't have the resources. They have the resources. They did Kickstarter for millions of dollars. When they launched on Steam, they got millions of dollars. They then got an angel investor for millions of dollars. They've had plenty of money. They just need to hire the right people. They're not doing that. They're just not doing that. They had the resource. They still have. Like, that angel investor was only 6 months ago, right? Somebody gave them like $7, $8, $9 million. Like, I don't understand how they didn't hire on people to try to finish that. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know, to me, it's more, it's not about the product. You know, like I can love the product of any company, but if I don't like the way the company handles something, like Apple, right? Apple is a prime example for me. Apple phones work great. Love Apple phones. Most Apple products work fantastically. However, I do not like the company structure and the way that they do things, especially previously where it's like, buy an Apple phone, buy a specific Apple charger, buy these very specific Apple everything. You want to get a new battery, you got to do something special. You want to do this, it's always, let's nickel and dime the customer as much as possible. So I never liked Apple products because of that reason. You know, their product itself is great. Nickel and dime you to death is the future. Apple's ahead of their time. I mean, they kind of are, I guess, yeah. EU finally looks to be forcing replaceable batteries into iPhones like they did with the USB-C ports to force them to stop doing everything proprietary. Yeah, exactly. It seems that it's nice that they're finally getting there, but it's like for how long? For a couple decades now, Apple products have been kind of dominating the market, and they knew that they had a large portion of the market, and they could get away with nickel and diming people and selling bits and pieces like the charging ports and all that, the lightning charger and all that junk. Like, why can't we just have universal? The USB-C was probably one of the best things to happen to that entire industry. It's just standardized everything. Every single electronic device uses USB-C. Kind of solves the problem, you know? You only did it because of legal issues, not because it was the right thing. Of which one? Oh, the reason that, yeah, the only reason that Apple changed it is because of legal issues, not because they should have done it in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just let me play. That's where we're getting to with a lot of stuff today, right? You don't own anything anymore. Nobody wants anyone to own anything. They want other people own it, and you borrow it, and you rent it, and you pay them for use of it. That is, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I'm gonna guess on what's going to happen with the future on that. AI is going to be the future. I think a lot of us can kind of see that, right? AI is the future, whether we want it or not. But what I think is going to end up happening is we're going to be renting. We're going to be pay per use on AI stuff. And then you're going to get to the point where you no longer have people that work. Everybody just rents something. They lease it. You know, you need a house cleaner. You hire an AI maid kind of thing. You know, everything is just going to be you're renting out equipment. I think that's the direction we're going, and we're not going to own anything anymore. Housing is getting to be that point. It's harder and harder and harder to buy your own land and you know, build your own house. It's becoming more difficult to do that. And now these corporations are buying up all the houses and then renting them back out. So, I think the whole thing. Ultra Rich already have a better version of AI than you. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, the pioneers, which are the ultra rich people, yeah, I'm sure that they have a better version of AI than the rest of us have at our disposal. Have you guys watched that TV show? I've been watching it recently. Your Friends and Neighbors. I've been watching that recently, and it kind of puts a lot of that into perspective. You know, these super ultra people, they just live a different lifestyle. They just live differently than the rest of us. You haven't seen it? Yeah, it's about the short version of what that show is. It's about a guy who was like a hedge fund guy making tons and tons, like stupid money. And he recently got divorced and then lost his job. So he's like in a downward spiral. And it's about how he's trying to get his life back on track and what he's having to do to get back to where he was previously. And that's the whole premise of the show. But yeah, he was super crazy ultra rich. And you know, he's just like how he's having to go about it now and afford the things that he used to just expect. But yeah, the PC will go extinct. Oh yeah, PCs are going eventually. I don't think PCs are gonna be a thing. Eventually, we're gonna have where you just have a monitor and you have a keyboard, and you have a mouse, and an internet connection. You have like a tiny little box that connects you to another PC, and you're renting out that PC to play your games. Because ultimately, it's going to be cheaper to pay $15 a month or $20 a month to just constantly be able to play. This is what Stadia tried to do, the Google Stadia. It was just, some of that stuff was just ahead of its time. But I really do think we're going to get to cloud gaming. I don't think it's going to be we're not far from it now. So, yeah. I got lucky to inherit a small estate. It's rough out there on the streets. Yeah. Yep. I have inherited nothing. Movie name? What movie name? What I was just talking about? It's a TV show. It's called Your Friends and Neighbors. Apple TV show. So we were just talking about not liking Apple. I like their TV shows. Some of them. But yeah, I mean, we're just getting to the point now where it's just we rent everything. We lease it. There's no ownership anymore of anything. Video games are getting to that point. No ownership of video games. Since they're all online, you just lease them out. You inherit a little money but still can't afford a house? Yeah. Dude, buying a house is a pain in the butt. I was a realtor for 15 years. And it was never easy to buy a house. But when I started versus when I stopped, it was way more difficult. You know, you used to be able to buy a house and sign maybe 2 to 3 pieces of paper and buy a house. Have you bought a house in the past decade or so? You got to sign 20 pieces of paper, initial another 20, get 5 pieces notarized. It's such a pain in the butt. Just like huge pain in the butt to buy a house these days. But now you have to have like 3 times the income to rent a house. So like that's a whole other thing too, right? Like you're renting a, let's say a $300,000 house. You're renting that. It's going to cost you $2,500 a month to rent it. So that means you need to be making $7,500 a month. Right? Or if you were able to buy the house, you could get a mortgage payment on that of probably $1,000 a month. So you're paying more than twice just to rent it. It's crazy. And you would only need to qualify to buy that house. You only need to be making maybe, $80,000 a year. But to rent the house, you need to have, let's look. Like $7,500 a month times 12, you need to be making $90,000. So you have to be making more money to rent a house. It's just the whole thing is just it's so broken. If you rent, you cannot save to buy. It is. It's terrible. It's bad for everyone involved. Now there are some things to say for renting. You don't have the maintenance. You don't have to deal with the upkeep of a property. And if property value, for some weird reason, does go down, you don't lose your money. But over time, whenever has property value ever gone down? Ever. Over time? Never. The only property value that goes down is on the coast when it falls into the ocean. You don't want to own property value near the ocean. Like that could be bad. Went down for 4 months over time. That's what I said. When has property value ever gone down over time? Things will always fluctuate. Always. The price of everything will go up and down based on the current economy and all sorts of other things. But I'm talking about over time. Like if you had bought a house prior to 2008, yeah, sure, it might have gone down quite a bit for a few years, and a lot of people lost their butts on it. But every one of those houses is worth more now than it was then. So it'll all eventually come back up if you're able to wait. It might take 5 years, 10 years, something like that, but it'll eventually come back up. Now you're way up? Yeah, exactly. Now you're way, way, way up. I bought a house. I was very fortunate that I was house hunting in like 2009. So I bought a house in 2009 for a really good deal. It was a foreclosure. Insanely good deal. The property value on that went up. I sold it. Then I moved and bought another house. And the property value on that one also continued to go up. So I got really lucky. Very lucky. Timber makes twice as much passive income as rental property, but you can only liquidate every 10 years. Timber does? What do you like buy? You're just buying wood? Or are you talking about like buying property and just growing trees on it? We're in a 4-bedroom, a 2-bathroom, 3-car garage for $10.50 a month. That's insane. Yeah, I guess it depends on where you're at. That's a really good deal. That's not how much it is where I live. Buy land and grow trees. Yeah. But again, you got to buy the land. Then you got to get all the equipment. You got to hire workers. So I don't know. At the end of the day, how much money does that actually make? There's a huge upfront investment. And then you have to kind of hope. You know, what if there was a natural disaster that wiped out all your trees? That's why you have insurance, but then you got to pay for the insurance. You know, all of that stuff. Central California, but my rent has gone up for 10 years. That's crazy. You are lucky at the moment. Very, very lucky. I had a rental property when I was younger, you know, like 15 years ago. I had a rental property, and yeah, we didn't raise her rent for a long time. She was renting from us a 2-bedroom townhouse. I think we were only charging like $750 a month or something for it. It was really cheap, and she lived there for 7 years or something. We didn't increase it once. Probably should have, but we didn't. About $2,000 a month in crappy Atlanta suburbs for 3-bedroom, 2. Yeah, I would say that's about right. That's about what it is here where I live too. But I mean, where I live isn't a bad place. It's not a bad area. But yeah. Yeah, rental is expensive, man. Just got your beta invite. Checked your email. Got it 2 hours ago. Nice. Good luck with it. I hope you have fun and enjoy playing the game. Grandmother made tens of millions from timber, stocks, and real estate. I know it makes more. No, I'm not saying it doesn't make more. Yeah, yeah, I get that. But yeah, with timber, it's like you still have to you gotta hire the workers. There's a lot of other things happening with stocks. It's buy a stock, hope it goes up. You literally don't have to do anything. There's no work involved. It's buy stock, hope that it goes up. You know, with real estate, if you can afford to buy the real estate, then you buy the real estate, and over time it will go up. Period. So it's just kind of guaranteed, and you don't have to do anything with it. You just buy it and hold on to it, and eventually you'll be able to sell it and make money. Timber, on the other hand, you got to buy the land, you got to buy the equipment. Somebody's got to plant the seeds. Somebody's got to at least tend to it in the beginning, right? Then once it's ready to come down, you got to pay some people to go in and cut it down and turn it into, like there's a lot more involved. So yeah, maybe it will make more money, but it's a lot more difficult to do. So I think that, it's kind of a trade-off. I mean, that's a lot of manual labor. Plus you need to have like insurance. You got to own a company. You got to own a business. So it's just a matter of how much effort you want to put in. I wouldn't do timber in my state. 60,000 acres worth of fire a year. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, you gotta deal with that. Natural disasters, you know, a tornado comes in or fires happen, you know, all that stuff. We're gonna go this way actually. All that stuff just kind of cuts into your profits. You know, that could be terrible. I mean, the best thing you could probably do is make a toilet paper company. Toilet paper is the it was the smartest idea ever. It's the only product where you use it once and you throw it away, so you have to buy more all the time. Always. You're just constantly buying more. Whoever came up with that idea was a genius. You don't need to take a shower anymore. Just buy my product all the time, every day. No longer need to take a shower. Or a bath, I guess. Just this week in my area, 35,000 acres burned down. Wow, that's rough. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you gotta. So for timber to be, for timber to make you money, you have to live in a certain part of the country. You have to be able to buy land relatively cheap. It also depends on what kind of. It also depends on what kind of timber you want to grow. It depends on where you have to live and all. There's a lot of factors to it. But if you're willing to do it, yeah, you can make a lot of money. Hello. What's going on? How are you? I didn't know wiping your butt means you don't have to take a shower. Well, I mean, you should still probably take a shower. But I would imagine that, you know, after using the restroom when you were like back in the 1800s. I don't know when toilet paper was invented. Let's find out. I'm curious. There we go. Modern commercial toilet paper was invented in 1857. So prior to 1857, I'm assuming people hosed off, got in a lake. I don't know. I don't know what they did. I wasn't around then. That's why toilet paper was originally designed to save water. I mean, that makes sense to me. Humans used whatever was free, accessible, disposable in their environment. Well, yeah, I mean, they use leaves and such, right? But kind of like bottled water. People realized, hey, we could sell this stuff to people. They no longer need to use leaves. We can actually just make it softer for their bottoms, and they'll buy it from us. That's from Google? Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, but those reusable things, you still had to go and wash those, right? So that was a whole other thing. If you had like a reusable linens, somebody's got to wash that. Anyway, I don't know why we're on a toilet paper kick right now, but whatever. Speaking of toilet paper, anyone know how to use the 3 shells? My girlfriend and I were actually talking about that yesterday. I sent her a message. I was having like, while I was driving yesterday for Lyft, I was just having like these weird thoughts. Weird, like just things would just pop up in my head. And I'm like, huh, that's interesting. And one of them, one of the things that I thought of was, why do we not see in movies where you have like some old grandma or something that's easily able to use a cell phone? Because let's say a movie it takes place 40 years from now, right? 40 years from now, a grandma could easily use a cell phone, but they won't know how to use like a 3 seashell kind of situation. And you just don't see that very often in movies. We ended up coming up with like Back to the Future. The kid, I guess they were teaching a kid, Marty McFly, I think, was showing a kid how to play old school video games because they didn't understand it. But I want to go the opposite direction. They don't portray them very well, like as grandma able to just use a cell phone to take a bunch of selfies, pay her bill. Like it's kind of like writing a check, right? Do you ever see anybody writing a check today? And if you do, it's probably an older person that's still stuck in that era. But like if you go into a grocery store, you see a lot of people using things like Apple Pay and Google Pay and all that. But you don't see older people doing it. But in 40 years, you would absolutely see older people using that stuff. But then they're not going to understand how to use the new pay system, whatever that might be. Oh, it's just kind of fun. There existed a time in There existed a time in history where it was possible to send a telegram to a samurai. Yeah, that's crazy to think about that. But you know, to the flip side of what I was just talking about, though, then you have things like rotary phones. You hand a rotary phone to some kid, and they're gonna be like, "What the heck is this thing? How does this work?" I mean, kids today don't even understand. They type in the phone number on a normal landline phone. You type in the phone number, and it just calls the person. You don't have to type in the phone number and then hit send or connect or whatever. You don't hit the call button. You just type in a phone number, and boom, it starts ringing. I literally I baffled some kid one time with that. Where was that? That was a while ago, but they were using a landline. I think it was at the hospital when I volunteered there, and they wanted to call their mom or something. And I was like, just pick up the phone, and dial out and do it. And they had no idea. They were so confused. Good afternoon. How you doing, Don? The design on those was based on harmonic vibrations. Just imagine the embarrassment. Yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. Little Sarah, give me, yeah. Oh, you guys are getting crazy. Well, it's 3 o'clock. I've only streamed for like 5 hours today, so decent stream, but not a crazy stream. But what I'm gonna go do, I think I'm gonna stop here. I want to go pick up my bike, my bicycle, and bring it home. Hopefully it's working now. Everything's good to go. So I think I'm going to go pick that up and bring it home. And then I'm going to probably go out doing some driving again, some Uber, Lyft driving, and do that again tonight. But yeah, I'll be back on here tomorrow morning, probably 9 a.m. Eastern. That's my guess. I'm going to shoot for 9 a.m. Eastern. And we'll be playing a little bit more of this. I'm probably going to keep doing this on my wizard. I really don't have a lot of other things that I want to do, but I do want to keep leveling enchanting. So I'll probably do this. There is a quest that I want to work on. I got to get all the steps for it. So I do want to work on that quest, and we'll probably do a whole video walkthrough on that quest, which is going to tick a lot of people off. But hey, you know what? We're going to do it anyway. So yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. Doing good. How about you? I'm doing fantastic today. Doing fantastic. But yeah, hopefully you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.